A provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through HIMS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This morning, headlines are filled with statements about stock market hemorrhaging $1 trillion as the NASDAQ has dropped 3%. Why? Well, this is all on fears that China winning the AI arms race. We also have the Federal Reserve's first biggity-big policy meeting of the new year. That'll happen this week. And how will that impact the stock market rally that we saw last week, right? It was a pretty great week as U.S. stocks, when we last spoke on Friday, wrapped up pretty strong week on Wall Street. Trump took the oath of office as the 47th president of the United States. And we saw those, all of the, obviously we were talking about the executive orders, but the president's early moves on things like crypto, immigration, energy, and remember, of course, the new $500 billion Stargate joint venture that focused on the AI infrastructure, which was important. That really propelled, I think, the S&P 500 to its record territory for the first time in 2025. So it felt really good as we knew that then Trump and Melania victorious, and they left on that wonderful journey. And we'll talk about all of that, what they did on Friday, North Carolina. Then they traveled to the left coast. And the confrontation with those incompetent leaders, at least one that you'll hear, that's upcoming, as Trump vowed that all of these individuals, North Carolina, California, victims of the wildfires, and now today it's raining, so now we have mudslides. What a disaster, and all due to disastrous policies. But it looked, great for a first week, whirlwind week for sure, but now we see this dip in the stock market. So we'll get through it. But Wall Street indices sinking 3% in early trading today after a Chinese artificial intelligence startup has now apparently triggered fears among America's top tech stocks that they may be overvalued. And so we saw investors dumping about $1 trillion of tech stocks in the pre-market trading. And that's what, if you're looking anywhere at the stock market, you're seeing everything in red. But I will say this, that whenever you see those numbers in the red, soon you'll see them in black. You know why? Because they're a deal, and then everybody picks them up. And so I'm not worried, but of course there's all this panic. It's like Chicken Little. Oh, it's a stock market crash, and they're going back to the 1920s, and it's, Chicken Little, and the sky is falling. I don't see that happening. I did not know. Dan, did you guys know, 855-839-1210, did you know about DeepSeek? Had you heard of DeepSeek?
Nope.
So DeepSeek is the Chinese artificial intelligence startup. And so they apparently they have this chat bot that they claim rivals the top versions of AI, OpenAI, and then for Google's for a fraction of the cost. And then the chip maker, I don't know how to say this, NVIDIA, is that right?
NVIDIA, I think.
NVIDIA, it's just NVIDIA.
That's how I've always pronounced it in my head when I've read it.
Thank you. So
it's right, though.
They've benefited. I'll go with what Dan says, but they're benefiting. Looks like but in any event, that's what this whole thing is about. A lot of scuttlebutt, and then Microsoft slid, Amazon slid, and it seems like sometimes the media loves that all of those biggity bigs that were they were kissing the ring and bending the knee to Trump, and paid what did they pay, $1 million to be at the inauguration? So they lost some money so far this morning. I'm not worried. I think everything's going to be fine by the end of the day, because then it's a bargain hunter's delight. It's a bargain hunter's paradise. So coming up at 10:30. Thank you, Dan, for setting up Ralph Cipriano. So we'll talk about what Krasner's alleged PR stunt. How much did that cost us? Remember that Krasner had sued Elon Musk for the giveaways, and some of you are still getting those $100 checks. But we'll talk to Ralph Cipriano about that at 10:30. Guy Shiraki at 11. Is that right? So We got a lot going on. I do want to. Can we get to the immigration news? What do you want to go to?
Sure. Yeah, wherever you want to go.
So the immigration crackdown. So this is going on today, and it's really ramping up. We're hearing more about it. So the latest words is that we've had arrests and deportations of these undocumented, illegal, and also criminal immigrants, and that's an important piece of this. That and sometimes in the media they don't put that in there, that these are individuals accused of being very violent. Nearly 1,000 arrests have been reported across America, and this is amid President Trump's immigration enforcement blitz. Talk about shock and awe. That's what I think Steve Bannon was the first one to call it, that shock and awe, where the media just can't keep up. Oh, by the way, and now this is my ADD. Did you guys see Jimmy Fallon? Jimmy Fallon Saturday night was on fire. First of all, he had this gorgeous sequin jacket that I love, but he was so funny. He was, and he played back the week of Trump, because sometimes I forget to do that, like the week in review and the perspective of it. But for Jimmy Fallon, he was doing it's Saturday night, let's look at everything with Trump, and talking about the whiplash. He's just so funny. So if you haven't seen that, I have to have Jimmy on. Larry has him on all the time.
Really?
Does he like Larry better than he likes me?
Seems that way. Yeah. What's going on there?
My hubby Larry. So anyway, if you haven't, he was just phenomenal, as always. Just so funny. But back to the story. So we're looking at all of these roundups, and Dr. Phil is in Chicago, and he's with Tom Homan, undercover, embedded. And he's like, do you know who your daddy is? But seriously.
I do have that ready to go.
Okay, let's listen in. So Dr. Phil is embedded with ICE, and they're catching what they say are these dangerous criminals who are here illegally and preying on the most vulnerable among us.
What's your name?
Seda.
Seda what? You have a first and last name?
Sam.
Seda Sam?
Yes.
Where you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where you born?
Thailand.
You been deported before from the United States?
No.
Never been deported?
I've been in the system before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with
Charged where?
before?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna talk to my lawyer.
Talk to my lawyer. Can you just
Are you a
pause it just for
citizen?
1 second? Just pause it for one. When when you're like, let's say my husband says, "Where were you all this time?" or something, and I was out at shopping or something, I'll go, "Where was I?" Because you're stalling for time. You're trying to think of an answer. So I know these tactics. So do you notice when he starts going, where am I? Where am I from? Where am I?
What do you mean, where am I from?
What do you mean? Where am I from? I wasn't shopping.
What is this valid question you're asking me?
I was never charged as a pedophile. I was never deported? What? And then finally it's talk to my lawyer. So first of all, the fact that this guy has a lawyer, which we're probably paying for. I don't think he's paying for the lawyer. Or maybe he is. But the fact that, dude, you have a lawyer. Do you have a lawyer? I mean, do you have a... Dan, if somebody just stopped, do you have a lawyer?
No, I have one on retainer.
Right there. Mm-hmm.
Matt Rooney's the closest thing I have.
Well, we love Matt Rooney.
He is.
But
great lawyer.
Yes, great attorney, great talk show host here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So I think that this is significant, and I know that earlier we played Martha Raddatz. She's just so grumpy. She's really grumpy that she didn't get to host these shows, and they jump over her and get big promotions. But all of these people on all of these networks, whether it's Martha Raddatz or whether it's CBS, whoever it is, and you wonder why their ratings are just dying, because they're jumping through hoops to not ask the questions about how many of these individuals, these violent, predators who've been released from prisons around the world or terrorists or whatever, how many of them are here? I mean, that's the valid question. And also, what about these human traffickers? What about these 550,000 missing children? I did see one headline that there are some reports that they've identified or they've been able to locate about 75,000 of these children, of these, more than 500,000 missing children in this country. But to me, that's the lead of every interview. You have to ask about missing children in mass amounts.
It's shocking that it's not. Now that you
It's
say
not.
it.
They're not even asking
Like
it.
if you think about it, yeah. Like tons of missing children, and it's not even a question. But you would think would be number one.
That's, to me, that should always be the right,
What an
because
upside down world we live in.
it's crazy.
It is.
And if they look, if they want to focus on the fact that there's a demand for this in our country, and one of the biggest demands, if not the biggest demand in the world, focus on that then. Fine. Just say, look, we have a bunch of, perverts and child predators in this country, because obviously if we did not, then we would not have the demand. The supply is fueled by the demand. So you could even go there if you want to focus on that, on American sickos. But what's fueling that sicko, perverted, perverse, gross demand is human trafficking of children brought here in massive amounts, and they're missing in this country. And we know that they're missing. Now, hopefully, hope to God, it's revealed that some, if not most of those kids, maybe, I don't know, why else, Dan, why else would somebody who is harboring a child who has a court date, because all they had to do was keep up with the debate. You know what I mean? Stay with me here on this. So if you are invited by the Biden administration to come to this country illegally, you got a court date. That's how they know of these numbers. They know of the number because they all got a court date. So all they had to do was keep up with the court dates. And then they're on their legal pathway to citizenship. That's the deal. So why is it that we know they're missing? Because they were registered here, they got a court date, and they've now missed many, many court dates, perhaps years worth of court dates. That's how we know that they're missing. So the question is, well, if you have a child here and you're their auntie or whatever, why wouldn't you make the court date? Because now this child would have a legal pathway to citizenship, because that was what was offered under the Biden administration. So that tells me all I need to know. The fact that they've blown off all of these court dates and that we have no clue where these kids are, what do you think is going on with these kids right now in real time? It's sick. It's absolutely, this is evil. This is like satanic stuff that's going on in our country. And the media is not talking about it. Just like, something else. You know how the media, if it's something that's a conservative issue, and they'll put countdown clocks and they'll talk about it every single day and they'll hammer it home. How come they don't have a countdown clock as all the media, by the way, since October 7th, right? Why don't they have countdown clocks as to how many hostages are still somewhere down in a cave? Yes, we've had more of these hostages. So far, women, mostly women, and we had more over the weekend. Some of them Americans. There are no countdown clocks. It's not the lead story. And so it's not I guess, a conservative talking point. Shame on the media. Shame on them. And this is why you want to wonder why Trump won. This is why. And you want to wonder why. Yes, shame.
Shame.
Although we don't want to see any of
Shame.
you walking naked in the streets. But we'll ring the bell and call out the shame, because it's a sin.
Shame. Shame.
And see, part of the shame is exactly why they're not leading with it. Because we will find out what happened to these kids. And we will find out, because too many people are saying it, that some of them, God forbid, have been subjected in this country to unthinkable things. And so the media becomes complicit. The past leadership becomes complicit. But they'd rather talk about other things. 855-839-1210. Yes.
We've got a request, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click that little notification bell, and get notified whenever we're live. Dawn, your Dr. Phil voice. Can you please do that again?
I'm here. I'm embedded. Dr. Phil. I don't know who your daddy is.
Dr. Phil, why is it you that is the one out here on the front lines of Tom Homan and not someone like the, ABC or one of the big networks out there? What, Dr. Phil, why is it you?
I'm the only one. Now, Dawn Stensland, she has offered, she has begged, she would love to be embedded with us nationally,
We're gonna
locally.
get that going. We're gonna get that going, Doctor.
Dawn would love to go, so please take her along. She'll get it right. But Martha Raddatz, with her pouty, scrunched in face, she don't want to go. Margaret Brennan.
Oh, man.
They're afraid of the truth.
Fantastic impression there.
Listen, I'm Dr. Phil, and you want me on this wall. You need me on this wall. 855-829-1210.
I like your Eagles green, by the way. It looks fantastic.
Thank you. She respelled.
Well, she's got to do it again
She's vindicated.
now. No, the next 2 weeks, she's got to spell it the same exact bad way because now it's a new tradition.
Gosh. Superstition. You're right.
We've been winning as long as she's been spelling it wrong.
We all have to spell it that way now for good luck.
ELGSES.
Stay right there. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where TurboTax Expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. We all want to trust the people that service our cars, and we all want convenience. With 10 locally owned United Tire locations, you can get your car into the shop and back on the road quick and easy. And whether it's for an oil change or an engine repair, they'll take the time to get to know you and your car. They always get you the best tire prices by shopping competition to save you money on all the major brands. Schedule for the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, CertainTeed roofing products, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
I know we have to talk about it. The Montgomery County, Pennsylvania Township official who has been in the headlines, she has now resigned, and this after she's the Towmenson Township Supervisor, Laura Smith. She posted this now deleted video that maybe you've seen it. We played it earlier this morning, in which she hits her chest 3 times, and then she extends out her arm in front of her. Now, apparently, there are all these reports. She came out, she offered her resignation, and she has apologized. And by the way, even the Republicans in the township have accepted her resignation. And she has said that this was all greatly exaggerated. But she is a township supervisor. She is a Republican supervisor. She's also vice chair of the board. She deleted the video. She had put this out on TikTok, and I think she deleted her entire TikTok account after people were ripping into her for putting this out there. And she resigned over the weekend from the boards of the Montgomery County Norristown Public Library, another nonprofit, Knights for Life, and many people had said that she should resign, so she then did. She did resign. And I think that I'm not hearing much pushback even from local Republicans, but she repeated a statement. She gave a statement to the Inquirer, and then she said this was greatly mischaracterized. She abhors racism. She abhors anti-Semitic or discrimination of any kind, of any form, and her record as a township supervisor attests to her commitment to treat all people with dignity and respect. So that was Ms. Smith's statement there. Maybe you saw it. But as far as this, I guess it was some kind of a tribute to Elon Musk. In the case of Elon Musk, even the ADL initially had said he kind of moves awkwardly, and Elon Musk pushed back and said, I look at the video in context. He was talking about, his heart and then putting it out. But I don't know. The whole thing, just don't, please people, why? I don't understand in these times. My God, today's is Holocaust Remembrance Day, and you put this out, right before it, and we have all these anti-Semitism in our society and on our college campuses that we've been dealing with, and so just enough already. It's not funny. It's just not funny. I know some of you probably think I'm being silly, but of all the things that you could talk about and that you could use the power of social media for, think of something better. My darling, as our first lady would say, be best. Be best. I mean, that's my take. 855-839-1210. I wish that she could have, for me, I think I wish that she had not resigned. I wish she would have come out and strongly defended herself. So I'm reading in between the tea leaves and in between the lines here, and I'm thinking, did the Republicans want her to do this so they could move on? That's what I'm wondering now. And I don't have the answers for you. But it's like, come on, people. If you doubted anti-Semitism, just look at what happened on our college campuses. And then we learned that Qatar's, funding to the tune of billions of dollars our Ivy League schools and so on and so. I mean, it's a real thing. And so it's been fueled. And we had kids on campuses calling home, scared out of their minds because they're Jewish and they're labeled as even kids who might not be Jewish, but they're labeled as such. Threats. It has been a crazy time. And all part of this is why people voted for Trump. Even people, and I've done interviews on this, I've done stories on this, that Jewish family, Jewish parents who've never voted for a Republican in their lives said, how could I vote at the top of the ticket for Joe Biden when he just allowed this, or Kamala Harris when they just allowed this and blew off Netanyahu? And so to do this and you're a Republican, like, come on, stop it. It's just really ugly. And we have some other, speaking of ugly, we have other, what's that? You want to go to this?
We got to break, sadly.
We have to break.
Yes.
We have other breaking news about those hostages released, so we'll get to that. Okay, they're getting treatment, but I will get to it. We have a great guest right around the corner, and we'll talk about DA Larry Krasner. The latest with him, was he trying to hide something that was spent, your tax dollars spent? We'll talk to Ralph Cipriano right around the corner.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit EasyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
This federal employee is freaking out because she's going to have to work 5 days a week in person.
All federal employees have to work 5 days a week starting next week.
Life comes at you fast, huh? Sometimes you just have to remind yourself you're still an adult. Time to get back to work. As much as I am all about getting people back into their workplace and away from their kitchen table and their laptop and the scam that they've been perpetrating on us for many years, I don't know that I want people like that back in the workplace. Can you imagine encountering her at the coffee spot?
No.
In the kitchen here?
No.
Run.
You know how awkward that conversation would be?
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So a headline that caught our eye this morning was a follow-up, really, as we had told you. Remember back in the day when our district attorney, Larry Krasner, was suing Elon Musk. Remember, Elon Musk was offering money in sort of a lottery-style situation where you would get maybe $100, but you could win $1 million in that sweepstakes. And so how much did that cost us? That was one of the questions. So we saw that, in fact, there is an investigation into this. And was Krasner trying to hide how much we, the people, taxpayers, had to pay for this? Which my next guest, Ralph Cipriano, calls a stunt, a PR stunt, in fact. Ralph, good morning.
Hi, Dawn. How are you?
I'm doing great. So, we saw your big trial on social media headline. Wanted to, I know that you did a Substack on this and that you've investigated this. Can you tell us what you found and how difficult it was to find this information?
Well, it should have been a very simple thing. I was seeking public records that he should have made available within 5 days. He could have, I asked Krasner at a press conference, what did you spend on this lawsuit? And there's a side issue here, Dawn. Larry has 300 lawyers on his staff at his disposal at any minute of the day. If he needs extra legal advice, he can pick up the phone and he can call the city solicitor's office, and they've got another 200 lawyers over there, and he can get free advice from them. But whenever he's doing one of his political stunts, one of his little vanity projects, he has a habit of hiring outside law firms, very expensive outside law firms. And this is what he did when he wanted to sue Elon Musk. And so, I asked Larry for the money, the expenses, and he wouldn't even answer my question. He basically told me I was out of order at a press conference called to discuss the election. So I filed a right to know request on November 1st, and they finally got around. They asked for delays, and then they finally got around on January 9th to responding to my request. And I asked for the contracts between this law firm and the DA's office, and they told me they didn't exist. They couldn't find them. And I asked for the invoices and the payments, and they said they were still looking for those. So I had to go to the state and file an appeal. Finally, on January 21st, they gave me the 2 invoices for the Musk lawsuit, and they show for 30. So, something that should have taken me 5 days at most, Larry Krasner stretched it out for 82 days. After 82 days, they finally gave me the 2 invoices, and they showed that for 32 days of work, the law firm, let me get the name of this firm. It's the Hangley, Aronchek, Siegel, Pudlin, and Schiller. According to their website, they offer, quote, the highest level of professional services while maintaining the warm personal relationships that our clients value. They charge up to $400 an hour. And for 32 days of work, the bill, the total was $74,766. So, and I wouldn't mind, but a judge heard the case. He's a registered Democrat, and he destroyed the case. He said, the only witness they put on the stand that testified against Musk was Larry Krasner himself. And according to the judge, Larry didn't offer any evidence to prove any of his claims that Musk was running an illegal lottery. All he could offer was, quote, mere speculation, unquote. So they not only lost the case, and it was a publicity stunt, but they, ran up $74,000 on the taxpayer's bill, and he didn't want to tell anybody about it. So that's my story.
And so you're sticking with it.
Yeah.
Ralph Cipriano, I mean, I would say this, and everybody can check out your Big Trail blog and follow you on X. But I know that over time, I mean, everybody knows you from your Inquirer days and all of your journalism that you've done, investigative journalism. But I know over time you've had a back and forth with Krasner. So you were banned for a while, right? And then so now are you banned again? Because I know they had lifted the ban against you. So the question is, are you locked out again from the news conferences because of this?
Well, not at the moment. He always calls on me last at every press conference, and his routine, I've been going to them for 2.5 years, and he's run away from me. He calls on me last because when I ask him a question he doesn't want to answer, he has the option of running away, which he has done 37 times in the past 2 years. So, and then there was on 3 different occasions when he really got upset with the questions I asked him. He actually asked his detectives to forcibly remove me. And they did it twice. The third time I threatened them with lawsuits and they didn't do it. But I actually was hauled out of his press conferences for the sin of asking him a question he didn't want to answer. And then in other right to know requests, I found that he had launched 2 different investigations of me and for the offense of, quote, suspicious behavior at a press conference.
Wow.
Yeah. And the suspicious behavior, the only thing I could think of was asking him a question that he didn't want to answer. So it's pretty ridiculous.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. So you are talking about another layer of this, Ralph, and that is that, he has hundreds of attorneys. So is he saying, hey, the attorneys that we have are too busy in court, etc., so we're going to farm this out? Is that why they're farming it out and then we have to pay extra?
Well, Dawn, that's an excellent question. I don't know the answer to it because Larry Krasner will not discuss this issue publicly. I mean, when I ask him questions about it, he won't answer any of my questions. So, I mean, that's an excellent question. I don't know the answer to it, but I do know that although we're talking about $74,000 here, he has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on outside lawyers whenever he's filing these political lawsuits that he does. Like when he challenged, you remember when the legislature passed Act 40, which was to appoint a special SEPTA prosecutor to prosecute crimes on SEPTA's property. I still haven't seen any of the bills for that. But, and whenever his lawyers get in trouble for lying to judges and they've been censored, they've been admonished or sanctioned, actually, that's the right term, for not being candid with the court. That's happened on at least 3 or 4 occasions. He ends up hiring firms like the one he hired for the Musk lawsuit to research these cases and file appeals, and all the sanctions have been upheld. But I haven't seen all the bills yet from what that's cost taxpayers, but we're working on it.
I mean, because I'll tell you this, Ralph, if it's me, because this is what the Democrats are very good at doubling down. So if he believed that he wanted to investigate what Elon Musk was doing and the power of him and whether there were conflicts, and then, to me, what the answer should have been was, well, Ralph, first and foremost, we wanted to make sure that nothing illegal was going on, number one, because it's a lot of money, and number 2, this is perfectly legal for DAs like myself within our budget to allocate certain outside dollars to look into this so we don't have to distract our attorneys who are focusing on criminals and that sort of thing, right? So I just wonder if it's, why he wouldn't just answer that. That's right. That's what I would have expected. So why doesn't he want to be on the record answering that? That's another question.
Well, I think the fact that A, he lost big time, and B, the judge ripped him for not having any evidence. He made all of these accusations. Musk is running a illegal lottery, and the judge went through all of the things that had to be proven to prove that. And he said, Larry was up on the stand for at least an hour or so, and he had no evidence to offer, just his own speculation. So, if you're going to go, if you're going to go into court and do a high-profile case like this, wouldn't you want to win it? Wouldn't you want to at least come up with some evidence that backs up your accusations?
Yeah. And I have to wonder as well, Ralph Cipriano, if part of this is that Krasner's being primaried by, municipal court judge Pat Dugan, fellow Democrat, popular, who could use any of this or anything. It's like the old saying, anything you say can and will be used against you. So might not want to mention it while cameras are rolling, because then it goes viral. And so maybe in a campaign that doesn't look so pretty. It's just a thought as to why as well he's not answering it. But what are you working on next? We want to promote you what you're working on next.
Well, I'm trying to get. He's got this discretionary account that nobody knew the large amounts of money that were going in and out of it. So I have filed all kinds of right to know requests to get every expenditure that was made out of there. I'm also looking into his sentencing practices. It looks like he has a habit of going easy on serial killers. There's some laws on the books that say if somebody's guilty of 2 third-degree murders, you have to give them a mandatory life sentence, and he doesn't do that. He's giving breaks to serial killers. So I want to run that down. And I don't know. The other thing is, Larry's not an honest person, and I swear, every time I run into him in a press conference, he says something crazy. So this is a one-person job. The sad thing is, though, Dawn, is that, at these press conferences that he has every week where he poses as a law and order DA and gets free publicity, I'm the only one who asks him tough questions, and he always has the option of running away from me. So it's, we're 7 years into this failed social experiment. Across the country, voters, even in California, have rejected this whole progressive prosecutor thing as something that negatively impacts the public safety of everybody in the city. So, he should be held accountable. So I just wish the press would step up its game.
Well, I would say this, Ralph.
Judge Dugan on.
I remember Kristen Johansson was also blocked from at least one news conference.
Yes.
Remember that whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
She's from
I
KYW
do.
News Radio. So full disclosure, I remember she had, because she asks pretty tough questions, but
yes, she does.
So
she was beating on him about the his policy. If you steal less than $500, it's just a summary offense, which is like a traffic ticket. Mm-hmm. And I remember that face-off, and he was trying to dodge all her questions about that. So, yes,
I got a
she asked tough questions.
Speaking of that revolutionary memo that had that $500 limit, does he still abide by that? Do you know? Is he still following that as a policy within his department, or is he kind of throwing that aside now that there's bigger politics at play?
The mayor, I believe, forced him to change that policy. I believe that policy is out the window. I've actually asked for some statistics to be able to compare and contrast that. But as you remember, Mayor Parker, that was one of the big things she said. The day I come into office, you're not going to be able to walk into a store and steal $500 worth of merchandise, and there's not going to be any repercussions. And so she beat him over the head with that, and he was forced to change it. How much he's changed it, I'm still trying to figure out.
Yeah, and I think that's the big question, the change of mayor and Mayor Parker, what she's quiet about, what she is passionate about, very different from the past administration. And so I don't see I don't see Krasner and Parker necessarily as chummy. Let's just put it that way. You see her with her police commissioner, with everybody else. I don't really, do you see her with Krasner as much?
No, I do not. But I mean, I don't follow the mayor around.
Mm-hmm.
But that does seem like a strained relationship. And she did tell me when I asked her once. I said, how you getting along with Krasner? And she says, when we're fighting, you'll know about it. So, and I don't think Bethel's fond of him either. But the other thing, Dawn, that I've been really looking into, these so-called exonerations. These are supposedly Larry Krasner's greatest achievements, where he's letting convicted killers out of jail who he thinks were likely innocent, and he's done 45 exonerations, and he never finds the real killer in any of these cases. And every time they've been tested, as the Attorney General has stated in briefs that they filed in court, his investigations have been found wanting. But the other thing is, we, the taxpayers, are on the hook for this. 22 people have been exonerated since he has been district attorney. And they've taken, as soon as they get out of jail, they often file civil suits saying, I was wrongly incarcerated. And the first 22 to go through the turnstile, they've racked up $84.5 million of civil awards. And since we're self-insured in Philadelphia, this is all coming out of our pockets. And the police department has they're reinvestigating all these cases. And the first one they looked at was the one of little Barbara Jean Horn. I think she was 3 or 4 years old, the baby in the box that they found. And the killer in that case, Walter Ogrod, he got $9 million from the taxpayers. And the cops came back and said, we got the right guy. He's the killer.
Yeah, and I know
this guy that.
I know that this was like 10, 11 months ago. There were headlines that we either lead the nation. We're in the top 2, let's say, of exonerations in the nation like this.
Yes.
And I suspect, as I recall, I think probably somewhere in California is number 1. But I remember, I want to say Broad and Liberty did a story where they said one of those initial exonerees who was in the headlines then had pleaded guilty to some other crimes not soon after. And so, that's just it. It just feels sometimes, it feels like a pattern or a motivation. On one hand, to persecute police and exonerate or free or give the benefit of the doubt to certain people who've been convicted, before a jury. And so that's, to me, it's more the pattern of behavior that's bothersome. That, we're gonna believe one group more. We're not gonna believe, law enforcement. We're gonna always question them, and I just think that's a dangerous pattern to have.
You're 100% right, and it goes even worse. It's even worse than what you're saying, because in these exonerations, they don't prove their case in court. They don't put up witnesses. They don't put up evidence. There's no testing of evidence, no cross-examination of witnesses. These are backroom deals where the traditional adversarial form of justice goes out the window. What you have is Krasner getting together with his buddies in the defense, defense bar, and they agree that this convicted killer deserves to be exonerated. And so they file what's known as a joint stipulation, where they agree to drop the charges as soon as and they say the guy needs a new trial. As soon as the judge grants the motion for a new trial, Krasner then drops the charges. The convicted killer goes free, and he oftentimes turns around and sues the city and collects cash. But nothing is proven in court. And when these cases go to court, there's no one representing the murder victim or the murder victim's family, or standing up for the public and public safety. So, and the case you were talking about, that Broad and Liberty reported on, there was a guy named Shoreham Thomas, and he was exonerated in 2017 under Seth Williams. They claimed that he had an airtight alibi. And I just published, so he got exonerated, he goes free, he collects $4 million from the taxpayers. And then he turns around and commits another murder. He murders another drug dealer who owed him $1,200, and he's back in jail. And his girlfriend testified that he's confessed to 3 different murders. So Krasner tells me he's investigating him. But, these are very suspect backroom deals. The public is getting bilked, and it's a huge scandal. And I'm the only person in town who's interested in it. The Inquirer, every time he exonerates somebody, they run a feel-good story where the guy's going home to a party with his relatives. And I just ran a story last week. Sean Thomas, the guy who got out of jail in 2017, he was a convicted killer because he had a supposedly airtight alibi. I interviewed a former prosecutor named Mark Gilson, and he told me that he was the guy asked to investigate the alibi, and he found police records that showed that that alibi was a big fat lie, and that this guy, Sean Thomas, should have never gotten out of jail. He should have never been able to sue the city and collect $4 million, and he should have never been allowed to kill again. So these exonerations are something that every journalist in town should be looking at. The Supreme Court is holding a hearing on Larry's method of exonerating people. There's going to be hearings in March. The police are reinvestigating all of these cases, and nobody else in town is writing about it.
Yeah, and at the very least, we should have some transparency on this issue. Yeah. Ralph Cipriano, thank you so much. Really appreciate you, and we'll continue. Hopefully we continue the conversation. Thanks, Ralph.
Thank you, Dawn. A pleasure.
My pleasure, yes. So we'll follow up in all of these different investigations. But again, I believe in justice. I think you do too. And so in truth, these should not be backroom deals. If there is evidence, then let's provide it. Let's have the full transparency. And not to mention the fact, I keep hearing from the victims' families who say, until it's in the headlines somewhere, we were never notified. So who killed my loved one? You know what I'm saying? And so that's a recurring theme that we hear, that the victims' families feel disrespected by this district attorney, and that should never happen. 855-839-1210. What?
I said when Ralph's there asking the questions, oh, it's fantastic. It really is. And he's such a good reporter there. I just want to give some credit to his Substack, ralphcipriano.substack.com, and at the Big Trial blog on social media.
Yeah, and if you just follow him under Big Trial under X, then it'll lead you to all of what Dan just said. So, but it's great to read, and like you say, good back and forth, and he always has good stuff. You know who else has good stuff? My friends at Piazza. Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs and innovative features, and they're powered by the very latest in technology. Right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Got a roofing problem? Don't let it ruin your day.
Emmons Roofing and Siding offers professional roofing services, from repairs to complete lifetime warranted replacements.
And you can trust our experienced team to keep your home safe and secure. And we can even handle insurance claims for you.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. too. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-317-2277. That's 800-317-2277. 800-317-2277.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, I like this jam. I'm wearing my Eagles green. And how many of you think, because the mayor, obviously Mayor Parker, huge Eagles fan, so she was out respelling, but Dan... E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles! Dan says that spelling, which she was really cute about and self-deprecating. I know it made national news and, you know, it happens. I'm just saying it happens. Usually it happens when you've maybe had a couple of cocktails at a game, but, you know, she's before a crowd. She was all excited. But Dan had the best line, Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, because now is that spelling or misspelling good luck?
Yeah.
Are you superstitious? Are you worried that if she now spells it differently, is that bad luck?
I know. Ever since she spelt it that horrible way, E-L-G-S-E-S, we've been winning.
And I know that there's so much news going on this morning. It really.
You want to hear other ways to spell it?
Okay, go ahead.
E-A-G-L-E. Wait,
you're so close.
There's Anne-Marie laughing.
Great Dawn Stenson in Italy trying to spell it.
In Italy, in Isle of Capri, might have had a
you were one
glass
letter
of wine
away.
or two.
Just had to finish the word.
I know, but because I thought they were going to like join me.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles!
See, to Dan's point, do we have to spell it this way for good luck? I think perhaps you are right, my friend. I'm very superstitious.
E-L-G-S-E-S.
And we have to remember how she misspelled it to spell it correctly for the good luck. You know what I'm saying? So there's that going on, which is nice. All right, we have a lot going on. We have Guy Shiraki
just
is
at
coming
Phillies
up.
fantasy camp.
Huh?
He just came back from Phillies fantasy camp.
He
Guy
did?
Shiraki. Yeah.
Well,
he was playing with the Phils.
Does he have tickets to the Super Bowl? I would love to go to the Super Bowl.
Wouldn't it surprise me? Are you trying to hitch a ride with Guy Shiraki?
Oh my gosh!
Look at.
We got to find out.
Can you see through the window there?
Yes.
Yeah.
There he is. All right, we'll have the conversation with Guy Shiraki. So much breaking, so much going on. So we'll take you through all of it. The latest on Trump, the latest executive orders, what's going on with the stock market, with your money. Stay right there.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Rocco from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Celebrations out on Broad Street last night as the Eagles move on to the big game against the Kansas City Chiefs. SEPTA sounds early warnings about fare increases and service cuts without permanent state transit funding. And the Philadelphia Housing Authority is adding more units as its popularity keeps going up.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Drive off in your dream car with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer low rates and flexible terms to ensure you're getting the vehicle you truly want. Lock in with low monthly payments and terms up to 84 months. Or if your lease is nearing its end, consider a lease buyout to stick with your reliable vehicle. To learn more, visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So Guy Shiraki in the House, Broad and Liberty needs no introduction. Commonwealth Foundation as well. But the latest headline for Guy Shiraki, it's time for Governor Shapiro to, quote, get moderate stuff done. I love it because it's not just stuff done or S done, but moderate stuff done. Guy Shiraki, good morning. Do you think that Trump now, being president, allows Governor Shapiro to be his moderate self? Or do you think that, in fact, he became more progressive and now this is pulling him back to the middle?
Good morning, Dawn. Yeah, it's a great question. And I felt all along as we looked at the results from the last election, Governor Shapiro gets to tell us when he offers the budget next week, what lesson did he learn? Does he want to double down? Does he believe that progressive ideas are better and they just had a bad salesman in Kamala Harris? Or does he understand what now the majority of Americans and the majority of Pennsylvanians said, which is the Democratic Party pulled us too far left and ruined everything? And so what is the lesson? Look, you and I know candidate Shapiro said he would be a moderate. Mm-hmm. Candidate Shapiro said he didn't trust the Green New Deal. He wanted to use Pennsylvania natural gas. Candidate Shapiro said he wanted to help small businesses. And candidate Shapiro and then Governor Shapiro said every one of God's children deserves an opportunity to attend a school of their parents' choice. He hasn't done it yet. So we're going to learn next week which it is. I hope, putting politics and party aside, I hope as a Pennsylvanian that he learned the lesson that we do want him to get stuff done. And it is common sense, bipartisan stuff, school choice, helping small business. Those are the main things. Those are things that we talk about at our kitchen table. I hope that's the lesson he learned.
And where do you think he goes with this as far as education and education funding? That's one you and I have spent a lot of time talking about this school choice, but also there were headlines even about the college system. Penn State, will they be, for example, closing some of their campuses? That's what we're hearing, the rumblings about PSU. and others. And so where do you think this is going?
Yeah, well, I hope he understands two realities. One is that there's a population shift, and there are not the pool of potential college students nationally and in Pennsylvania, because sadly we're a stagnant state with a falling population, or a stagnant population at best. So I hope he understands there's a shrinking pool. And secondly, more and more students and more parents who are involved in helping their students pick a college want a college that's going to teach them skills for life and not send them to, pardon the phrase, but send them to 4 years of fantasy camp, to send them 4 years of living in a bubble, 4 years of virtue signaling, 4 years of safe spaces, 4 years of taking classes on Taylor Swift's music. So I hope look, if Shapiro understands that there's a tighter student market and that our schools in Pennsylvania that you and I help subsidize, the Penn States, the Millersville, the Westchesters, they need to offer classes that get people ready to enter the world with skills and jobs. Again, that's not a conservative idea. That's a common sense idea. And the answer is not more money. It's making sure that these schools are affordable, but offer classes in things that help prepare people for the world and help them problem solve and deal with confrontation and challenges in life. So again, we get to learn. He's talked a lot about education. In higher education, it's about preparing people to be self-sustaining and even flourish as the next Elon Musk may be coming from Downingtown. But when it comes to K-12, look, you and I have talked about it. The results are there. It's not Republican or Democrat. There are schools in the Delaware Valley that are abject failures academically. There are schools in the Delaware Valley that are unsafe, and some schools are both. Why are we trapping people there? It's not in your interest or mine. So these are moderate ideas. Let kids go to school that work, and let higher education be focused on preparing people for the real world. Those are two moderate ideas, which candidate Shapiro talks about. It's time for Governor Shapiro to do it.
You know, Guy Shiraki, as we continue the conversation, we had talked at the time about the escaped convicted killer Cavalcante when he was in Chester County, and it forced road closures, it forced business closures, it forced school closures, in fact, as well. And a lot of people in the suburbs did not realize that prison over there, they thought it was like, minimum or moderate kind of a security situation. And they were surprised with the news of this guy, that he was being held there. And I know that the media did not necessarily focus as much on the fact that this guy was an illegal here in this country, wanted by his home country, so on and so forth. I had actually thought, stupidly, at the time, that maybe that would influence different future elections in Chester County, especially, where people would say, you know what, we don't like this sanctuary situation. But Chester County has gone to the Democrats. And so how do you think now this switch that we've seen with, the crackdown, Tom Homan, with ICE crackdowns, with the word that these illegal convicted criminals oftentimes let free from their prisons in whatever their home country is, and they're all here. Do you think that this issue moving forward makes a difference in suburbs like Chesco?
Oh, I absolutely do, because, as you rightly point out, a lot of what you talk about, when you move away from party or you move away from theories and you talked about practical, we're now in the practical. This is no longer should we have an open border or allow in refugees. It's no longer about America first or compassion. This is now practical. When you have little to no vetting at the border, criminals, murderers, drug gang leaders, people who come here to commit crimes and in. When you treat the criminal justice system as some sort of social experiment that coddles criminals and worries more about violent criminals' rights than innocent people, bad things happen and deadly things happen. So I think you'll begin to see the shift. The important thing is that Republicans and frankly, people who don't consider themselves Republicans that just want to have common sense, that we now understand that bad policies have horrible results. And I think even in the suburbs, we can now say cause and effect. This is what happens when you do these things. When you have open borders, Laken Riley dies. When you have lax security that focuses more on criminals than on victims, Cavalcante gets out, and neighbors aren't told for 8 hours that he's on the run, and the state police aren't called in for 2 days because the local folks are more interested in virtue signaling than law and order. The Republican Party has an opportunity. Look, the Democratic Party has an opportunity to run back to the center. If they fail to do it, the Republican Party has an opportunity to say, hey, folks, this isn't about party, it's about common sense. If you want your family to be safe, if you want your children to be safe, the other party doesn't want to believe in it. As an American, as a Pennsylvanian, I hope the Democratic Party comes back to the center. But if they don't, the Republican Party better continue to talk about these things in practical ways. Bad policies can have deadly consequences. They can have fearful consequences. As you remember, we had lockdowns here and helicopters flying over our homes with searchlights. No parent, regardless of your ideology, no parent wants to tell their kids, you can't go out and play. You can't go to soccer practice. You've got to stay locked in our house. Nobody wants that.
So before we get to a fun picture that Dan Borowski wants to show, real quick here, since we're talking about, positives for maybe Republicans and policies that do well, you wrote in another publication for Broad and Liberty, governing is harder than winning. That's how you started out. And that's true. Governing is harder than winning. So in this one, it's been a whirlwind, so I'm giving you a lot here. If you look at the past week, what do you see as we've talked about some winning issues for Republicans and for Trump? What do you see as one that could be a downfall that people should be concerned about?
Well, I think we have to understand that President Trump has showed more decisive action in 1 week than Joe Biden showed in 4 years, but he can't simply rule by executive order and leadership. He can lead, but he can't rule. He can deal with the president of Colombia. He can deal with the presidents of Ukraine and Russia. But at the end of the day, Congress needs to determine how our money is spent and to stop wasting money. Congress has to decide on whether we're going to be serious about reforming or closing down the Department of Education so it's more child-centered. Congress is going to have to help him make sure that we secure our border. Congress is going to have to make sure that we create energy policies that help. So where do I see the challenges? It's not so much I'm concerned about roadblocks. It's that I hope Republicans now are emboldened to understand voters expected results. Voters of all parties saw the problems. President Trump said they broke it, I'll fix it. We're about getting to the point where much of what President Trump can do alone is beginning. That list is getting shorter. Republicans need to understand we need to govern, and that means get these nominees confirmed, but it means to also protect our border, fix our education, and get American energy out of the ground. If there's one thing we can do, aside from all the executive orders, is at the end of these 4 years, make America energy independent. It will bring our grocery prices down and let us never to be beholden to dictators. If we do that, the quality of life for my children and yours and our grandchildren will be changed forever. And he needs the help of Congress to do that. And he needs us all to keep up the fight locally so that governors like Shapiro don't try to undermine making us energy independent.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I did see that Senator Dave McCormick, obviously the Republican here in Pennsylvania, he has just announced that he's going to host this inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. It'll be in Pittsburgh. Unfortunately, it's not close to Philadelphia, but we'll watch for that very carefully for sure. All right, Dan has a fun photo, right?
Oh, yeah.
Dan Borowski with the fun. Gonna have a little fun with you.
I got off the phone while I was texting with him, Guy, today, and turns out that he was down in Florida, just got back, and I have a picture now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Guy, you were at Fantasy Camp here with the Fanatic. So first off, how was it, sir? Second of all, I see some dirt on the knees. Were you sliding? How intense did you take this Fantasy Camp, and what position did you play?
Wow. Now the hard questions come out. It was a blast. The Phillies do a fantastic job, and locally ESF, who runs a lot of the camps that our kids go to in the Delaware Valley, runs all the logistics. Probably 36 or more retired Phillies. Owner of the Phillies, John Middleton, was there and did a Q&A session. We played 6 games in 3 days, and then yesterday we all got to play the Legends. Everybody got one at-bat. I actually got an at-bat against Cole Hamels.
Wow.
One of my one of my prouder moments. I did not strike out all week, and Cole Hamels did not strike me out. I popped out to Cole Hamels, but I did not strike out, and I take that as a badge of honor. I was on Team Lefty, a great group of guys, a lot of whom play ball in older leagues. I had not played a game with an umpire since I was in high school, but Team Lefty, they welcomed me in. And Matt Stairs, who everybody knows, is known for hitting that massive home run against the Dodgers, and Aaron Rowan, who literally ran into a wall to catch a fly ball, were my coaches. They were great.
Wait, he did that at the fantasy camp?
No, he did that. He did that in 2000. No, for the Phillies, he ran into.
No, I know he did it for the Phillies, but I thought you were saying he did it also down at the fantasy camp where he's playing with a bunch of retired legends. All right, gotcha.
No. I will tell you, the best hitters were Cole Hamels and Randy Wolf from the Wolfpack days.
Nice.
Randy. So I played a little bit of everything, but I mostly played center field because on my team, the excellent fielders were on the infield, and on my team, I was speedy. So it'll let you know about the guys. They were a great team. So it was a wonderful time. I had fantastic memories. Got to meet Kruk and Larry Boa, who I watched as a kid.
Thrill.
I'm a hard person to impress, and I was blown away. We got in late last night. We all watched the game on our phones. The plane was rocking with Fly Equals Fly. I mean, it was just memory after memory. I'm still sky high. I'm a little sore, but I got to meet a lot of my legends growing up. I got lessons on hitting from Matt Stairs and Milt Thompson, and got lessons on how to play the outfield from Aaron Rowan. So the warning to my Thunder girls, I came back learning a lot of lessons I'm going to help teach them in the weeks ahead. So it just blown away. I highly recommend it, and I'm gifted that my wife sent me there.
Wow, what a wife. Number one wife. I know. And what is everybody talking about? Refineries on the YouTube chat? I don't know. We've lost them, I guess. They want to know about energy, more about energy production, that we need more refineries online. That's what they come away with. Your great story about being right there with Phillies legends, refineries.
Well, they don't have a lot of refineries in Clearwater, but they have. Although I will tell you, not until Sunday did it feel like Clearwater. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, it's like here. Which, if you're like me and you're over 35, playing in 40-degree weather with 20-degree winds is a challenge. But my teammates and I, we gutted it out. Look, the refinery stuff. We do need more refinery. What we need are more pipes. But what we need is, we have more energy under our feet than Saudi Arabia. We need to get it out of the ground and into our homes and hospitals and factories. And the port, again, this is where we embrace the men and women in the building trades, and Bobby Brady and Ryan Boyer and all those guys. Mm-hmm. We can process the energy in South Philly and Delaware County, put people to work, and then we can actually build stuff. We can, I just came back from fantasy camp. The balls, the Under Armour, the water bottles, the AstroTurf, all made from Pennsylvania natural gas. The fertilizer to grow the food we ate and that we all eat is made in natural gas. So you want to win for sports, you want to make the Under Armour and the water bottles for your kids cost less money, unleash the gas. You want lower energy bills, unleash the gas. And yes, if you have the opportunity, go to fantasy camp. Even if you don't want to play, you can go as a fan. Wouldn't it be great? Everybody gets to go to fantasy camp, and all of our energy costs come down 30%. That's a win-win.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Do you watch Landman? It's Taylor, what's his name? Taylor Sheridan? Paramount?
I do not.
It's like a Yellowstone? I do not. You would love it.
Yeah, I've seen the clips. I've seen the clips on X. I've seen the lectures, and he's right. I mean, you can't build those massive wind turbines without natural gas. You can't build solar panels without natural gas. But most of the solar panels, as we drive around and see them, again, if my neighbors want them, they can have them. But most of those solar panels are made in part or in whole in China with minerals mined out of Africa, the kids mine, that China runs. So you want to have windmills and you want to have solar panels, that's fine. But they're right. Now, my wife and I are usually watching British crime shows. We're in the middle of watching Shetland, which it's excellent, and a whole bunch. But that's what we're usually watching. But I see the clips, and look,
check it out.
We
You'll
have the energy. Yeah, we have the energy here. It's a shame not to use it, and it begins with Pennsylvania. And Governor Shapiro next week in his budget address, if he says one thing that will get me to applaud, it's help our kids find schools. But if he wants to help our kids and our grandkids, he's going to say unleash the energy under our ground. Our kids will have good schools, but we will have the lowest energy costs anywhere on the planet, and it's sitting under our feet. And to not, if we don't do it, it's a swing and a miss, and we should try and put the ball in play, and that's enough of my bad pun.
Nice. Guy Shiraki, follow him at PA Suburbs Guy. Until next time, thanks, Guy. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Dawn. Thanks, Dan. Have a great day.
You have a good one. Yeah, Landman, you guys got to watch it because then we can talk about it. But he's like, it's Billy Bob Thornton looking better than he's ever looked, and it's a great cast.
Didn't Jerry Jones appear in that too? Yeah,
did he?
Yeah, he had a really good cameo. I see if I can pull it up real quick. Yeah.
But he, people say it's better than Yellowstone. I don't know. Yellowstone with Kevin Costner was good, but basically, he talks about it's not a PR thing for the oil industry, but he talks about alternate energies, like one of these turbines, how huge it is that every time you have a turbine, it basically takes up a third of an acre that's all cement in the ground. So to say that that's better for the environment, that sort of thing, it's really, I don't know. I think it's well done. They create great characters. Let me know if you've seen Landman.
I actually have that. I can pull it
here.
We can have it here.
Let's do
after
it.
the break, you want to do it?
Yeah.
Do it after
855-839-1210. We'll be right back.
I think it's time to give this game a ride.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not in the United States of America be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
Love the orchestra.
Joe's great. He encapsulates a Philly sports fan.
Oh, I love the music. I especially like the old songs from Philly.
The impressions of different voices. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. And let's cook up something extraordinary.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So, how many of you are watching Landman? This is a Taylor Sheridan production. It's streaming. I think it's on Paramount Plus, but we do YouTube TV, so depending on what package and bundle you have. But a lot of people at first might have thought, oh, they're promoting big oil, but that's not what this is. It's really well done. What Taylor Sheridan is good at is creating these really interesting characters, but as well talking about how, first of all, how hard, how challenging this job is, because it's based in Texas, but also going through the viewpoint of somebody who's that landman, who works in that job, how tough it is, and then how they look at the rest of the world and the ignorance of everybody to think, oh yeah, you could just put up, a wind turbine. And people don't realize these things are huge. They're as big as a skyscraper. And then to put one in the ground, how much concrete you need, how much fuel that takes. And so it's really a lesson in fuel and also how much we waste, how much we consume. Do you have a little clip, Dan? I know Dan's working on this.
Do you have any idea how much diesel they have to burn to mix that much concrete or make that steel and haul this out here and put it together with a 450-foot crane? You want to guess how much oil it takes to lubricate that thing or winterize it? And its 20-year lifespan, it won't offset the carbon footprint of making it. And don't get me started on solar panels and the lithium in your Tesla battery. And never mind the fact that if the whole world decided to go electric tomorrow, we don't have the transmission lines to get the electricity to the cities. It'd take 30 years if we started tomorrow. And unfortunately for your grandkids, we have a 120-year petroleum-based infrastructure. Our whole lives depend on it. And hell, it's in everything. That road we came in on, the wheels on every car ever made, including yours. It's in tennis rackets and lipstick and refrigerators and antihistamines, pretty much anything plastic. Your cell phone case, artificial heart valves, any kind of clothing that's not made with animal or plant fibers, soap and hand lotion, garbage bags, fishing boats, you name it. Everything. And you know what the kicker is? We're going to run out of it before we find its replacement.
It's the thing that's gonna kill us all.
as a species?
No, the thing that's going to kill us all is running out before we find an alternative. And believe me, if Exxon thought them things right there were the future, they'd be putting them all over the goddamn place.
So he was
Getting oil
referring
out of the ground's
to
the most dangerous job in the world. We don't do it because we like it. We do it because we run out of options.
And that's it. That's Billy Bob Thornton. It's such a good show. I'm now addicted to it. I love it. I love the characters. But it's just so well written, but it's not a promo for let's say, for Drill Baby Drill. That's not what it is. It's the perspective of people who work in the industry and talk about fuel. And I think, you were talking about it on the YouTube chat, and that's why I thought, oh my gosh, you guys are going to love this show, because it's very realistic as far as what fuel and energy means and how woke he's talking to this woke, young, progressive attorney, he thinks, but she really has no clue as to the industry, the energy industry, and the way that he words things. So just wanted to give you that little tidbit there. I think you'll like it. Let me know if you do. 855-839-1210. So we have a lot teed up here, Dan Borowski. We'll bring you all the latest Trump news. We'll bring you all the latest as far as where we're going with the cabinet this week. Pete Heg, we haven't even gotten to Pete because Pete Hegseth. Do we have to take a break first?
Yeah, we probably should.
So we'll talk about that as far as what happened Friday night. A lot happened Friday night. There's never a dull moment. We kind of have whiplash with the new administration. Be right back.
Weather is sponsored by Meineke.
Seasonable temperatures return to the forecast for the next several days. Plenty of sunshine today with a high of around 43. Tonight becoming breezy, partly cloudy with a low of around 30. And for Tuesday, a morning snow shower possible, otherwise partly sunny and windy with a high 41.
When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Whether you are looking to grow it over time, planning business succession, or integrate charitable giving, having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assured. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Trust & Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust & Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust & Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust & Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision, buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It is Monday, January 27th. Go Eagles! Wearing my Eagles green. So excited that we're headed to the Super Bowl.
E-L-E-S-E-S, Eagles!
Which, now I'm superstitious, so that's how we're going to spell it, you guys. By the way, that Landman episode that you...
Sorry. Had to get that in there.
Yo, Anne-Marie, what happens in Italy is supposed to stay in Italy. You know what I'm saying? Even when we misspelled it. Eagles! It's so funny.
It's great.
The Landman clip made me... I had to reapply the lipstick, the petroleum-based lipstick.
So thank God it's not electric.
I know, right? It's all thanks to the petroleum. Drill, baby, drill, so you can make your lips look good and give good lip service. So where are we going to go? We got, speaking of which, we got Pete Hegseth.
We got so much.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
So Friday, that was a close one. That was, well, it was cute. J.D. Vance put out, hey, I thought my voting in the Senate, I'm paraphrasing here, were all done because, he had to be the tiebreaker. So it was close. Mitch McConnell, those three Republicans who voted against it, they're dead to me right there. Shame on them. What is that? What is that? And Alaska, fix yourselves with your, you know what I mean? They're going to have, really, it's just annoying.
They're salty about Denali.
I'm salty about them. Yes, I am. Yep. Mount McKinley.
Yeah.
And the Gulf of America. It's official.
Yep.
So what you got, Dan?
So I got Hegseth, about a minute clip here. This was today around 9 a.m. First time speaking as your defense secretary. Take a listen.
And as the Secretary of Defense, it's an honor to salute smartly, as I did as a junior officer and now as the Secretary of Defense, to ensure these orders are complied with rapidly and quickly. Every moment that I'm here, I'm thinking about the guys and gals in Guam, in Germany, in Fort Benning and Fort Bragg, on missile defense sites and aircraft carriers. Our job is lethality and readiness and warfighting. We're going to hold people accountable, and I know the chairman agrees with that. The lawful orders of the President of the United States will be executed inside this Defense Department swiftly and without excuse. We will be no better friend to our allies and no stronger adversary to those who want to test us and try us. So, Mr. Chairman, thanks for welcoming me today. I look forward to serving the troops, the warriors of this department. It's the honor of a lifetime, and we're going to get to work. God bless you all.
So that's Pete Hegseth, as he is now the Defense Secretary of the United States of America. And J.D. Vance, like I said, was 50-50, so the vice president obviously breaks the tie. And so he gets in. He's confirmed narrowly, though. And so what I'm irked by is Lisa Murkowski. Boo.
Merk.
I'm being like a typical Philadelphia fan. We're booing her. Susan Collins, who I'll boo the least, but Mitch McConnell, biggity big, the biggest boo for him.
Shame.
I know he's outgoing, but you get the shame.
Shame.
Like, what are they trying to prove right there? And Alaska, Larry and I this is what we talked about over the weekend. Lisa Murkowski, so they have to, in Alaska, they need to get this together so that the, liberals, Republicans like her, they need to boot her. I'm just annoyed with those three.
You sound it.
Like, what are they trying to prove there?
Can I annoy you more?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I take you to The View today?
Oh,
Maybe
geez.
sees The View with Sunny Austin. Take a listen.
You know, I to answer your question, which is this the immigration fix that this country wanted? I think absolutely there are certain people that wanted to see this kind of pain and destruction for a certain group or type of immigrant. Because if you look at the numbers, yes, the number of immigrants that come from Mexico or of Mexican-born are the largest. But the next largest are Asians. 28% of them come. I don't think they walk across the southern border. I think they come by plane. The next largest are Europeans. I don't think they walk either. I'm just saying immigrants, right?
Oh, not undocumented, though.
A lot of them are undocumented, actually.
But that's not the stat for being
but a lot
Asians
of
are
them
the
come by
second.
plane
and
then
overstay their visas.
They overstay their visas. They overstay their visas, so they're undocumented. The Europeans that come here that overstay their visas are undocumented, but they don't come across the southern border. So I think there's a very clear message as to what this president wants the look of a criminal migrant to look like, what an undocumented migrant. And I think that's racist.
Yeah, but the truth is the guys that they're rounding up, the problem with what she's saying, the guys they're showing rounded up, they're look like, you know, they're my skin color. Do you know what I'm saying? My coloring, in fact, because I'm a lighter skinned brunette. So I think that's the problem. She's trying to fit this into a narrative of racism, but I don't see that because no matter if somebody, and by the way, they caught all the people coming across the northern border too. I think if they find terrorists or, you know, pedophiles or sickos, no matter who they are, the one guy you showed earlier, where was he from? Thailand?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where were you born?
Thailand.
So that dude from Chicago was from Thailand. He's an accused, pedophile and child, sicko offender. That's not the official charge. That's the Dawn wording of the charge. But these people are of all different walks of life, all different ethnicities that I'm seeing the video of them being rounded up. I mean, more than what was the number I gave? And the number is growing by the nanosecond. So I think one of the numbers was just yesterday, it was 1,000, but many more because they keep them on a detainer. And so I don't really think there's a racial aspect to this. If there's somebody from wherever, from Germany or whatever European country, take your pick. If there's somebody who they're committing violence and committing acts against children and vulnerable people and they're coming here, I think they're going to get rounded up. I think that's the bottom line. And some of these individuals were given a court date. They were accused of violent crimes and then they were let go by their city. Now, is that happening here in Philadelphia? Here's the curious piece of this. I'm not hearing a whole lot in Pennsylvania for whatever reason. Are you? I'm not hearing about it. So what is that? We're hearing about it in New Jersey. We are, and other states. So has Pennsylvania been better about cracking down on criminals? And if that's the case, if that's the truth, then good job, Pennsylvania. I don't have the information. And part of it is, and I've mentioned places like Kennett Square and some of the crime blogs across the region. When you look at them, there's no way to tell if the individual who has been apprehended and charged with a violent crime, the law enforcement is not allowed to tell us or post online or anything of that nature whether or not that person is a legal United States citizen. So until they change that, and see that goes to the sanctuary situation, we don't really know. But if I'm looking at the mugshots, they're white, they're black, they're brown. It's not a racial thing. So Sonny's trying to make it a racial thing. I just don't see it. 855-839-1210. All right, we got it. I will say this. There are wealthy people who come into this country and they have their baby and then they get the dual citizenship and it's a rich people thing. So if you want to crack down on that one, I don't care. I'm just more concerned about the criminal element. All right, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Celebrations out on Broad Street last night as the Eagles move on to the big game against the Kansas City Chiefs. SEPTA sounds early warnings about fare increases and service cuts without permanent state transit funding. And the Philadelphia Housing Authority is adding more units as its popularity keeps going up.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most. Happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Calling Unlimited Town. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So on this 80th commemoration of this is Holocaust Remembrance Day, obviously delegates from the Trump administration headed to Poland as we think about that commemoration. We have Colombia agreeing to accept those deportation flights after, and this is the art of the deal, this is Trump. He threatened those tariffs. They backed down. They blinked. And now they will accept indeed those migrants that are those illegals who are criminals being sent back, according to the Trump administration. So I always check out Truth Social, as President Trump had put out on Truth. There's a bright light over the USA and indeed the entire world ever since the presidential election of 2024. So that was one. So I'm getting to one. So I'm getting to the punchline here. Then 13 hours ago, so an hour before that, he puts the USA has a lot of winning to do. DJT. And by the way, Mr. President, you don't have to put DJT. We know who you are, sir.
Yeah.
Then he writes, and this is at about the same time, you know where I'm going with this, Dan, 13 hours ago. Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs. What a great team. Coach, quarterback, and virtually everything else, including those fantastic fans that voted for me, MAGA, in record numbers. Likewise, congratulations to the Buffalo Bills on a tremendous season. They will do a lot of winning long into the future. I don't know, Dan, did he truth out? Congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm not seeing that.
No.
Because remember,
Yeah.
but I would just say, Mr. President, it was a different Eagles. But, you know, yeah, he did not congratulate. I'm just looking through. Nope. He didn't.
Surprised he's leaning towards the Chiefs, though, you know.
I'm not surprised. No, because Andy Reid, they're all Patrick Mahomes, his wife. Remember
That's
that?
true, yeah.
Kicker, all of them. They're all Trump people.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
We got that going. I don't know. I think we have more people. I mean, obviously, if you look at the Eagles fans, a lot of Trump supporters, but maybe the team. Remember in 2018, we talked about this earlier this morning, but when you look back at 2018, remember there was the kind of a back and forth, and then there was like, oh, they're not coming. So then they rescinded their invitation. Do you remember this?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's back when it wasn't like Chris Long, Howie's son. He was on the team at right?
That was
that
like
time,
during the whole kneeling thing.
The kneeling and all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah.
I would just say it's a different age and a different time. I would hope
Yeah.
the Eagles would, would.
It really seems like we're past that time.
I
doesn't
hope.
it? Yeah.
I hope we're past it.
Yeah.
Maybe not, Dan. We got that going on. But yeah, I was looking through and I thought, oh, well, maybe he just congratulated the Chiefs when they won. And now I'm going to go back because obviously we won first and then got to watch. But
nothing. I'm not seeing it.
Yes, it's kind of crickets.
Going viral, Dawn. I just loaded it in there. Sorry about that. Selena Gomez, star of what's that new movie that's making all the rounds?
Oh, yeah.
That we played the.
Oh, jeez.
Whatever the name, Perez, whatever. Yeah. She had some thoughts, Dawn, about this deportation efforts by Trump and Homan.
I just wanted to say that I'm so sorry. All my people are getting attacked. The children. I don't understand. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't.
So is she crying and sad because of all the violence that these individuals who, according to the authorities, were let out of prisons in their home countries and came here? Is that what she's crying about?
No. She's crying about
the criminals who are being rounded up.
Yeah.
And put back to their own countries.
Yep. That's what she's crying about, Dawn. Yeah.
I don't know what to do. I'll try everything, I promise.
And this is a phenomenon, by the way, that's being called out on social media, where people will put out this kind of pity pouty thing because they just want attention. And they're being called out. There's a name for it. They're being called out on social media. People like that. So I think people are, onto it.
So it looks like she might have deleted it already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because you know what? A lot of people are coming out and going, yeah, we're glad that, the child rapists, down the street, that the gangbangers were wreaking havoc in our communities. Yeah, we're kind of glad that they rounded them up. So we'll talk more about it and tell you about the Pennsylvania connection. I started out talking about Wall Street, so we'll watch Wall Street very carefully, watch the Fed very carefully. We talked about Larry Krasner. But there's so much with Trump, I can't even begin to say how much they've done it's 11:55 right now. Think about exactly 1 week ago where we were, thanks to our great friend Jim Worthington, as we watched together. We were all here live, and Dom about this time was just coming on, and we were watching this together and witnessing all of this together. And it truly is the greatest political comeback that we've ever seen and answered a prayer. But I think we haven't done this much coverage with all of these different issues going on in 1 week. I don't think we had that much in I'll say 6 months in the Biden administration. When you think about all of his actions.
So much coming. It's one thing after another. He signs the executive orders and then it filters through the media, and it just seems like nonstop action from the Trump administration.
And remember,
quite the difference.
Yes, and remember, and we'll have her on, but remember that there, right at the Newtown Athletic Club, we had individuals who were talking about the fact that Trump would do the right thing by federal employees who were fired, right? And we now know he's making good on that promise. And we were talking to many of you there that were saying how wrong this was, and how he's making good on every single campaign promise. So we watch and we wait for all of that. Dom Giordano, it was 1 week ago, right about now, that we were there together. What a great day it was. And I'm still kind of basking in the Trump victory, if I'm being in the signing in, if I'm being honest.
Exactly, Dawn. I have a couple, they're not minor, but they got lost in the Colombian thing. It's Dr. Ham, whistleblower on the gender affirming care. The Trump people said, nope, we dropped all charges against him. It's a real good example of how much is happening we don't even have time to cover. Ray Didinger here. We'll talk Eagles. And Jeffrey Lurie, Dawn, is one of the finalists to buy the Boston Celtics. Say it ain't so.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. DJ just handed that one to me. Oh, my God.
Oh, can't wait. Dom Show starts now.
And take the trip.
The 2025 Philadelphia Polar Plunge is the coolest event in the Philadelphia region.
Come chill at Citizens Bank Park on February 1st to make a splash and support Special Olympics Pennsylvania athletes at the same time. Every dollar raised helps support vital sports, health, and leadership programming for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. When you get to the event, check out Plunge Town, which features music, food, activities, and more. Visit phillyplunge.org to sign up today. phillyplunge.org.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. What a show. What a day. Ray Dininger here at 1 o'clock. We'll talk Eagles. We'll talk football again. But that report's out there. Jeffrey Lurie, finalist to buy the Boston Celtics. Oh, my God. And we're starting to see, and I'll ask Ray about this, and throughout the show, we're starting to see people already saying, well, it seems like the NFL wants Taylor Swift, Kelsey, and Mahomes particularly. And I'm on record now, I've said it for a while, but Mahomes is rapidly closing in on Tom Brady. Might be a better player simply because he can run and run effectively. We'll get to all that. But I don't want to bury the headlines because there are a ton of them on the immigration front. Media trying to find something. Here's the media narrative, from the J.D. Vance story to the coverage of Trump in Colombia. In fact, I'll play it for you here just in a second. It's Martha Brennan. Martha Brennan, Dan 13, be ready with that. Here's Martha Brennan in a second, asking J.D. Vance, Margaret Brennan, that's not the one. It's, 14. That's what I'm looking at. Margaret Brennan, the media attack is how much this is going to cost to deport these people. The media attack is, well, which executive order exactly is going to bring down prices? Can you imagine? But this is what they're about. Here, we suffered under this maniac determined to be great in the history books, Biden, spending all that money when he didn't have to, creating baked-in inflation. Now they're on Trump. Well, what's he doing about the cost of bacon? Which one of these executive orders is going to do that? The Trump people put out, not the first 100 days, the first 100 hours. That's how startling this is. And J.D. Vance tuned up the U.S. bishops, and boy, do they need to be tuned up. And he's a Catholic, a converted Catholic, I believe, also on national TV. And we now have a tape that was put out, and they don't tell people to do anything illegal by Catholic charities. Now, not the local Catholic charities here, but nationally, J.D. Vance called them out because they're involved in $100 million in shuttling people into the country illegally. We played you the bishop's seats last week. Not only do they want that money, not only are they doing that, but then they lecture us. I don't care if you're a bishop. I don't care if you're the Pope. You're not lecturing me. We're not going to hell because you say so. Are you kidding me? Given the corruption in the Catholic Church, you got to be kidding me. What standing do they have? Well, Dom, come on now. You better not be risking that. Oh, man, Pope Francis and you? Yeah, well, take a look at what they do. So here's Brennan asking Vance what she thinks is the kill shot, among others, including saying this was a nation of immigrants. Have we forgotten that? This is the bacon question to J.D. Vance.
Identifying information that's going to keep us safe.
You campaigned on lowering prices for consumers. We've seen all of these executive orders. Which one lowers prices?
We have done a lot, and there have been a number of executive orders that have caused already jobs to start coming back into our country, which is a core part of lowering prices. More capital investment, more job creation in our economy is one of the things that's going to drive down prices for all consumers, but also raise wages so that people can afford to buy the things that they need. If you look at our slate of executive orders, no, Margaret, prices are going to come down, but it's going to take a little bit of time, right? The president has been president for all of 5 days. I think that in those 5 days, he's accomplished more than Joe Biden did in 4 years. It's been an incredible breakneck pace of activity. We're going to work with Congress. We're, of course, going to have more executive orders, and we're going to try the way that you lower prices is that you encourage more capital investment into our country. And you ask specifically what executive order is going to help lower prices. All of the stuff that we've done on energy, to explore more energy reserves, to develop more energy resources in the United States of America. One of the main drivers of increased prices under the Biden administration is that we had a massive increase in energy prices. Donald Trump has already taken multiple executive actions that are going to lower energy prices, and I do believe that means consumers are going to see lower prices at the pump and at the grocery store, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Rome wasn't built in a day, and while we've done a whole lot, we can't undo all of the damage of Joe Biden's presidency in 4 days.
Well, there are a lot of things that contributed to higher energy prices, and there was record oil and gas production.
Yes, Joe Biden did many terrible things to lead to an increase in prices. I agree, Margaret.
No, but all the things.
That's the Martha Raddatz moment with Tom Homan. Homan just looked like, put her on the bus. Get her out of here, Dr. Phil. Tag in Dr. Phil. Embed it with them. Dan, how's that working on getting me embedded when they come to Philadelphia? I'm serious. You can be out there with me. You can be streaming live. Are you up for that duty? I'm not sure. Maybe that falls to Henry. All right. This is YouTube worthy. Got a lot of YouTube worthy today. It's a big YouTube day with some of this stuff, at least 3. I hope you're on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT. And the way this was characterized with Margaret Brennan, this is cut 13, she looked pleased when she asked the immigration question, aren't we a nation of immigrants, to J.D. Vance.
Well, this is a country founded by immigrants.
Well, this is a country
founded by country.
This is a very unique country, and it was founded by some immigrants and some settlers. But just because we were founded by immigrants doesn't mean that 240 years later that we have to have the dumbest immigration policy in the world.
Yeah, he was sitting on that one. He was sitting on that for a week, J.D. Vance, I think, that line. You know, and I bet if your name were Borowski or Kelly or Giordano, you would have jumped in. Now, she's a Brennan, true, Irish. You would have jumped into the ring. Vance, maybe not so much. You would have jumped into the ring. Wait a minute, lady. Let's stop talking about immigrants here. All right? Yeah, we know that. What does that have to do with what's going on as we speak? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. Here is Homan in the ring with Martha Raddatz, and she's trying to grill him about, are you going to go into elementary schools right in the middle of it? How are you going to do that? This is cut 11.
Estimates are that there are 11 million undocumented immigrants in this country right now. How can you possibly afford to deport all of those people?
Well, I'll leave it up to Congress. I think Congress, the president has a mandate. This was the number one issue that people voted on. I think Congress has a mandate to give us money we need. What price you put on national security?
More detention centers?
What price you put on all these young ladies have been raped and murdered and burned alive? What price you put on that? What price you put on Lincoln Riley's life? What price you put on national security? Like I just explained, when you have a surge like this, we don't secure that border. That's when national security threats enter the country. That's when sex trafficking goes up. That's when the fentanyl comes in and kills 250,000 Americans.
All right, that was a good rebuttal. And, Raditz, it never stopped. We've been through this before when J.D. Vance put her down. It was a brilliant week. On the one hand, we're not deporting enough. On the other hand, do you know the cost of deporting people? All right, jump in right now, right at the beginning, 855-839-1210. We'd love to get you in before I give you the side question. Tell us what you're thinking on this. This was a big win over Colombia in that we had President Trump instantly threatening a whole laundry list that I still have here of what would happen vis-a-vis tariffs, visas, and everything else. And the Colombian president then pretty instantaneously, after a diatribe about he's not coming here to America to see white slavers, stuff like this, after that, he says, I'll even send my plane to deport them back there because your planes are inhumane. So this was quite a showdown, quite a thing that you would think would resonate to these other nations looking at this and refusing to cooperate, refusing to repatriate. That's exactly what's going to happen. The numbers are astounding. They're not millions yet. We've talked about this. First of all, I think it's great police work that they've been able to ferret out any number of people. Here is one where Dr. Phil is involved with this. We have one where the man recognizes Dr. Phil. In this one, it's Tom Homan, this is 19, personally round up a child rapist from Thailand in Chicago. And this is also, you can follow this on YouTube too. Here's how it seemed.
What's your name?
Seda.
Seda what? You have a first and last name?
Sam.
Seda Sam?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Thailand.
You've been deported before from the United States?
No.
Never been deported?
I've been in the system before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with
Charged where?
before?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna talk about lawyer.
Yeah. Are you a citizen?
My mom's a citizen.
Your mother's a citizen?
Yes.
But you're not?
Nope.
But you've never been deported before?
You Dr. Phil. You're Dr. Phil.
Yeah? How do you know me?
No, I seen Dr. Phil, on TV.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is an example of sanctuary cities, right? We got an illegal alien convicted of sex crimes involving children, and he's walking the streets of Chicago. Again, the downfall, the problem with the sanctuary city, that people like us walking the street rather than local law enforcement working with federal agents. This is what we're dealing with. Yeah. You've been charged with sex crimes with children?
Not really.
Not really?
Not really.
Yeah. Well,
And never been deported?
Nope.
Huh. Let's take them in, process and lock them up.
Got it, sir.
Dr. Phil, not really. Oh, God. 855-839-1210. You get in. All right. We're coming to your calls right at the top. You can get in 855-839-1210. Big win on the Colombian thing. And on Twitter, a lot of reaction I got saying, yeah, I'll give up drinking coffee. Well, check the beverage of choice of the show. There's not going to be any problem with tea, I hope. It might have cost a little bit more for a bit. If Colombia had followed through and we were going back and forth with tariffs, God only knows, and AOC, can you imagine? Coffee's going to cost more now. So let's just have this mayhem that we have going forward. Here's the side question today, though. What an unbelievable day yesterday. And Ray Dininger here at 1 o'clock. Nobody breaks it down better. I see why the Chiefs are favored. You really couldn't favor the Eagles in the minds of oddsmakers. But if you're looking at this accurately, I would slightly favor the Eagles. That's how far I think I'm willing to go. Hit us with that all-time Philadelphia sports moment, either good or bad. And the bad sometimes is the most entertaining, the funniest. All right, for me, the all-time. And look, this is just personal. It's weird, but having the great Nick Foles and do that hour and a half with him out there in Montgomery County at the height of 2017. Tom Brady yesterday said some gibberish about him to try to get out of it. I think the guy put him on the spot, the play-by-play guy.
Foles in the building, Super Bowl MVP, led to that Super Bowl win. Who did he play that game? Do you know he played that game? I love you.
Nick, I don't hate you. I'm just jealous of you. You caught it. I didn't.
All right, that was all set up. They wrote that line as we get the inside baseball of that. No, you were a punk. You wouldn't shake his hand. The great Nick Foles. The other one is Aaron Rowan crashing into a fence that shouldn't have been there for the Phillies, playing center field, bloody all over the place and holding up the ball. That, to me, is why we watch sports. If he had dropped it, they might have booed him, but that's Philadelphia. Dan, how about yours? All-time best or worst? Oh, ready.
Stairs rips one into the night, deep into right, way out of here. And Philadelphia gets a pinch hit, 2-run shot. And the Phillies lead 7-5 in the eighth.
That was so big that the morning show back then, that's a while ago, did the show with them coming back to the stadium downtown, live on the street.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah. Stairs Moonshot 2008 and LCS. Yeah.
And I would have died to be doing that. No, you have to stand on the street, but with him, I don't know if the Stairs got on the show or not. But as they were coming back to the stadium, we had access, and the morning show was right there. Brilliant move.
I love that.
Yeah, it was good stuff. So, Henry, who's yours?
Yeah, all right. So for the good, let's go with low-hanging fruit here. 2008 World Series Game 5 rained out in the 7th inning for 2 straight days. They come back, they finish the game, in which I was in attendance for. I was 9 years old at the time. I was lucky enough to be able to get some tickets to go see those last 3 innings. Saw them win the World Series. And then I'll take the negatives.
You only saw the last 3 innings?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't have my neighbors were nice enough. They were nice enough to be like, hey, we can't make it. You guys, you and your dad want the tickets? We're like, yeah, of course.
Of course.
So,
right.
yeah, I got to witness history on that day. And then I'll take the bad one, which would be the 2019 NBA Eastern Conference semifinals, Game 7, Sixers at the Toronto Raptors. I don't want to relive it, so if you know, you know. Awful.
Okay.
Awful. Kawhi
All right, 855-839-1210. I was a bit distracted there, Dan. I just got an email. Important. Unexpected Bitcoin transaction from your account. Who knew?
It might be a phishing email, though, so be careful.
Yeah, well, I know. Yeah, do I have a Bitcoin account? Can you imagine? All right, I'll refer this to my attorney here. So,
just because I'm so anti-Sixers right now for Henry's sake.
Yeah.
Looks at the clock, turns the corner for the win.
Yeah, there were other elements before that. It was cruel, but they should have won before that. All right, 855-839-1210. I'll just throw one in, just a random one to end that loop. We're down the shore watching. Thank God, I almost went crazy. When Ben Simmons refused to shoot a layup, dunk it, or do anything else, pass it to another guy who's a poor shooter.
Matisse Thybulle.
Yeah. That right there.
Tapping his way in. Yeah. Spins on Gallinari. Gives it up. Oh, he was right there. And a foul as Thybulle goes to
right there. If I were coaching, I don't care what happens. I would have lost my mind. I would take him out. If he said anything, I'd brawl with him right there on the court. That's it. I've never seen anything like pro sports. I get it. Putting up with someone you can't stand, but they help you to win, and you got to put up with it. I never got putting up with people that not remotely are going to help you win anything.
You seen his comments lately?
No, I have not.
He's almost extending the olive branch back to Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
Almost like, because he realizes now, years after the fact, he's like, man, those guys supported me for all those years, and all I did was let him down. And now he's got a slice of humble pie being so bad on the Nets that he's like,
right,
why not try and come back? The Sixers aren't doing anything.
All right, hit us with that all-time best or worst. Also, the main course today, the immigration stuff over the weekend, and we had Trump on Friday. I'm going to play you with Karen Bass. I think every American watching her and watching him, the mayor of L.A., saying, are you kidding me, not letting people go back and remove debris from their property, saying it's not safe. And Trump, the urgency, let's start rebuilding. All right, 855-839-1210.
The continuing rise of the cost of goods and services threatens to erode your retirement future.
Susan Sinosky, Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Retirees should be thinking about how much money they have and how long it's going to last. Costs are just skyrocketing. Medical costs, housing, food especially. And when was the last time you ever heard of a tax decrease? And I have to say, I have no fear at all, because my money is safeguarded with crash-proof retirement. And with our crash-proof retirement system, our money is not just stable, but it's actually increasing much more than we had expected. That money is always added to our principal without anybody getting a cut of that. It's just ours. We earn it, it goes into our account, and it continues to grow and multiply. My entire investment for retirement is protected.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. So this is how bad. Let me slow down on this. I'm coming to your calls on the military. One of the first actions of Pete Hegseth And I think he's got to take more with every one of these people at the Air Force Academy. In a classic passive-aggressive move, because Trump is cutting out DEI as much as he can across the federal government, including the military. Today, he's probably going to sign an executive order removing, at least from active duty, as I understand it, people that are trans. What do they do at the Air Force Academy? This is just classic, could be in the dictionary as passive-aggressive. They remove from the training of people this inspirational video. There might be two of them, really. One on the Tuskegee Airmen, the other on women, maybe a small number, who flew during World War II as another option. Now, I've interviewed in person several times Tuskegee Airmen. Alan West will be on the show tomorrow, has deep connection to them. Diane Cardano, Stan Casaccio, friends and sponsor, Diane Cardano, realtor. At their house, we had one guy who was about 95, 96, who still wanted to pilot a helicopter that night. It was a Tuskegee Airman. When you're around them, that's America, what they suffered and what they did. So the Air Force creeps take that out of rotation to say, oh, yeah, you don't want us to do DEI? Here's what we're going to do then. We'll take out the Tuskegee Airmen. Why? They're black. Every one of them, Hegseth ought to get to the bottom of. Who is it that made this decision? Why? They're under military order. Get answers. Demote, do whatever you have to do to every single one of them. This is what has to be stamped out. They want to be in a fit because they want to continue DEI, yet they want to take out this inspirational video of the Tuskegee Airmen and of this women pilot group. No one's saying that. Ron DeSantis commented on the weekend, and he said, same kind of thing we faced in Florida. We say we don't want racism. We don't want discrimination, which DEI is. So you then, in a counter move, remove something that's legit and inspirational simply based on race, gender, or whatever to say, ha, ha, ha. There's got to be repercussions with these people in the military, every single one of them, every single time. So I hope we hear about that from the Air Force. We're going to talk with Sean Parnell, who's very good friends with Pete Hegseth at 1:30 today. But can you imagine in this atmosphere, you're going to try to pull this? Oh, DEI? All right, we'll take out the Tuskegee Airmen. Either you did it intentionally or you're incompetent and you shouldn't be training people at the Air Force Academy. If you don't get the difference between the Tuskegee Airmen and what we're trying to root out, you're either part of the problem or you're incompetent and shouldn't be there. Isn't it pretty obvious? So right out of the box, he's only in for a few minutes. This is what we see. Also, Hegseth's first order was to reinstate unvaccinated troops discharged under Biden. It's over 8,000 and counting. So we'll see how that goes. Of course, it's amazing how often the media goes to a representative, Richardson? I think it is, from Delaware, the first openly trans person. And here's what the congressperson from Delaware said. This is cut 21.
No, this is a state representative from Minnesota, no.
Oh, this is from Minnesota. I thought this was
21? Are you talking about 21's a Minnesota
okay,
state
this is
rep.
Minnesota state rep. All right, I thought it was the woman from Delaware. Okay, the Minnesota state rep talking about the Trump. And look, if people want to serve in the military, I get it. Whether they're trans, not trans, gender fluid. But the point I think this executive order is going to make is that this doesn't work in the military, at least active duty. Here's the reaction.
So since Donald Trump re-entered office, has your experience changed, especially in the wake of some of these executive orders you alluded to? Last week, he rolled back protections for transgender people, such as segregating federal prisons by sex assigned at birth and only recognizing two sexes, saying that they're not changeable. How has that impacted you?
It has impacted me personally as I think it has all trans people in this country, because these are not executive orders that change the laws of the United States. They are intended to create a public terrorism campaign against our community. And of course, I have felt that as a public-facing advocate for trans rights in Minnesota and across the country. The intention of this is not to change the law immediately, because he simply cannot do that. The intention of this is to create panic, to get media to repeat all of the dangers that we face over and over, to make sure that people think twice about participating in the public space. And as a leader in the trans community, I will not be pushed out, and I will continue to advocate. And as a result of that, I would say that I have had a very hard week.
All right, that's Lee Finke, state representative from Minnesota. That's what Trump's trying to do with this? I don't think so, but this is the rebuttal. By the way, Guy Shiraki just sent me a text. His coach at Phillies fantasy camp was Aaron Rowan, number 33.
All right.
That's pretty good stuff. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. So we're looking for either the best or the worst moment as a Phillies sports fan. Something Philadelphia sports, not national, something involved that was the best or the worst that you've seen. Let's try Phil in Delaware. Phil, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon to you. Good to hear your voice. Two things. The congressperson from Delaware is Sarah McBride.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And needless to say, I've sent her messages that at some point she might have to pick a bathroom. It wasn't a favorable response, but my biggest memory of Philadelphia is the Sixers. In 1983, when they won the championship, I remember being in the parade and ending up at the Veterans Stadium. And Harold Katz, that whole season was with those foam fingers, number one, we owe you a championship. So once the championship happened and we got into Veterans Stadium, in his speech, he had the nerve to say, now that we gave you a championship, you owe us. Buy your season's tickets. And, you know, talking about from 1983, I can remember that. That means it had a big impact, and it was cheesy and sleazy. And from then on, I refused to buy any merch, go to any games, support nothing.
Gotcha, Phil. Well, sad to say that he passed away just over the weekend at the age of 87. And he was the founder of, among other things, Nutrisystem. And he's the one that made one of the most disastrous trades in sports history, or choices, and also brought Moses Malone here. All-time sweater. Try blocking that guy off. Okay, here's how you get in. That's a side quest. That's pretty memorable.
That's good and bad.
Yeah.
That's a great answer.
Yeah. So hit us with that all-time Philadelphia sports moment for you. Good or bad. It could be a mixture like that one was. 855-839-1210 is how you get on board. Ray Didinger breaking it down a little bit on yesterday, but more looking forward. As I said, Jeffrey Lurie, could he really own the Celtics and the Eagles at the same time? Oh, my God. I mean, at least the other guy. He owns the Sixers, which are out of the news, Harris. He owns the Commanders, who I don't really think are a rival and all that stuff. They're not going to be. It's prominent because it's in Washington. It's not like he owned the Cowboys and the Sixers or something, you know. But this is pretty amazing, pretty bold stuff. He is from that area. I forget it. Yeah, I think he's from suburban Boston. So there's a hometown, element to it. I think he's from the town where the Kennedys grew up way back when. Suburban, rich area there outside Boston. All right, we have Ray Didinger. We're going to speak with Sean Parnell at 1:30. Sean is a real good friend of Pete Hegseth. I'll ask him about this Air Force thing. How do you take the Tuskegee Airmen out of your inspirational videos? That's intentional. That's the only thing that's involved there. And also, we'll talk with Scott Presler, of course, at 2 o'clock. He made news over the weekend. The Amish, at least I saw it on his Twitter, through Presler, offering to rebuild Los Angeles and other places to help President Trump, with Scott Presler and the Amish coming to the rescue. Can you see 20,000 Amish descending on L.A. to rebuild it? There's a lot more to it, so he's got a lot, as always. 855-839-1210. Hey, are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. You can start your journey to better health today. Just use that code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements with the code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue. Remember, use that code HEALTH35.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and if you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family & Company Jewelers, and you're guaranteed to walk out with a gift that will last forever. They have a huge selection of 24-karat, gold-dipped roses in pretty much any color you can imagine. The perfect Valentine's Day gift is right on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey at Family & Company Jewelers.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Worst or best Philly sports moment. The immigration issue will play you probably in the 1 o'clock hour. J.D. Vance with Brennan yesterday laying out this criticism about Catholics in the center ring on the illegal immigration thing. And these bishops, archbishops, cardinals are the most out of touch. And again, what right do they have to lecture us? JD making the point, morally, where are their morals? $100 million they're taking in again. Catholic Charities, big video, big thing up on, maybe we'll put it on YouTube. The woman that's the spokesperson doesn't say to illegals do anything illegal. But people are offended that they're this enmeshed in it that they're counseling people here illegally of how to be coping with ICE. Something's out of line with that. And Vance saying, yeah, they're getting $100 million to relocate people. And that's bad enough, but then they're lecturing people. We went through that all last week. We don't want to be lectured on this. We have the moral high ground. You're defending people that are criminals, first of all. Second of all, you're defending people jumping the line to come here. I mean, we're trying to get on tomorrow this recently elected Democrat in Pennsylvania making national news. The headline at the Hill is, well, he says his constituents clearly think if you're here legally and have committed crimes, you ought to be deported. But he says his constituents here in Pennsylvania also think if you haven't committed crimes and you're here illegally, you ought to have a path to citizenship. What place is this guy from? Pennsylvania. What election did we miss? I don't know too many places other than maybe a big city here or there. And even that, I doubt Chicago is welcoming ICE. People are not saying path to citizenship anymore. Let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210 with Dom. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. Dom, these liberal pundits are so out of sorts, they don't know how to counter us anymore, and I think it's a good thing. And you don't have any further to look than the way the interviews with Vance and Homan. Don't these idiots take that next chess move forward and say, well, if I pose this question, how could it possibly be answered against me? If they act like they don't look forward to see how that
yes.
that
well,
particularly
with Vance
and out of their favor.
Vance is
and
very tough.
I can't help but believe that it's because they're so off their game now. They don't know what to do and how to do it.
They won't give up the same sort of approach. That's true. They're in their little bubble, and they believe that somehow or another all this is going to blow up. And, Joe, the American people are not going to say how much is this costing, or they're not going to say, well, Trump didn't bring bacon down. Now, if it's a year from now and bacon's not down, then, yeah, there's going to be a question about, all right, what are we doing here? What else can we do? But 5 days in, people are not blaming Trump.
Right. But, Tom, wasn't ever taken into consideration what Homan's answer was? All the money we've spent on these people, and all of a sudden now you're worried about expenditure?
Right. Yep, exactly.
It's moronic. It's ridiculous.
No, it is. Look, I wasn't in favor of Vance giving the first interview to Brennan. A lot of people in conservative media said it ought to be a conservative. I agree with that. But he knew where he was going to go on this, and you could tell he was sitting on certain lines so predictable here that it actually is a help to do what he did.
Absolutely. He was so far ahead of her own game. It was good to see. It was great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe, what's your moment?
Mine is that gopher ball that Mitch Williams served up to Joe Carter. Henry told me I thought it was 1995. It was 1993.
Yes, 93. Yeah. So is that best or worst moment, Joe? Worse, right? I hope.
That was a bad one for any Phillies fan.
Well,
I mean, the wind went out of the sails. I mean, in a 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, Mitch Williams is a great guy. I helped to coach him when he was starting to do sports media on radio side, Joe, and very good guy, very nice guy, and he was doing pretty well in media. But he and Lenny Dykstra, you wouldn't want to invite to the same party, really.
He took it like a champ, and that was, what a gentleman he was. And I want to tell you one other thing. I was with Scott Pressler this weekend up in Middlesex, Edison, Central Jersey.
Oh, the fly fishing.
Yes, it was. The way he puts people together, Dom, and gives them their duties. The guy's a surgeon. He is a surgeon.
He's unbelievable. He's here at 2 today. Yeah, I saw him. I'm on both the Whale People and the and Scott, and they said, well, there'll be a lot of fishermen there. And he said, oh, you had me when you said fishermen. There you go. All right, the fly fisherman. He's doing that one.
You ever go fly fishing before?
I have not.
No?
No. My only claim to fame is driving a boat wrong way and almost grounding it. Small boat.
Wait,
but still.
I need to know more about this. Why
Well, I
were
was
you
only
driving a
about
boat?
12, and they let me drive a boat.
Like how
That's
big was the
acceptable.
boat that we're talking here?
It had an
A
outboard
yacht?
motor. No, it wasn't a yacht. Come on.
Crashes a yacht into the...
It bounced a little bit toward the, I thought the outboard motor went in the direction you were holding it and went in the opposite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nobody told me that. They said, hey, drive the boat. I may have been 11, something like that.
So
I can't remember.
did you capsize it?
No, I didn't capsize it.
Okay.
It was just, we pushed it away. Thank God it was still water, but I just put it on the shore a little bit, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was nervous there for a second.
No.
My fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
The guy that's the all-time straight man, Martin Lewis, is the admiral who said, I'll get back to you on that, sir. That guy, can you imagine him sitting there and he's typical military? He's just got to, all right, I'll get back to you. I'll get those numbers for you. Capsize. And just think, people elect that guy to Congress year after year. And nobody can run against him. I think he's in Texas, or is it Georgia? One or the other.
Let's be honest. Fly fishing it's solely exists to waste time, right?
Yeah, I would
like
assume
nobody's
so, yeah.
actually catching fish without anything besides throwing your lure in over and over again.
Right.
Probably a lot of people out there right now that are angry at me, but
Yeah, well, I mean, what is the allure?
there's no allure to it.
Well, Scott Presler
Call in.
was registered voters, and he'll be here at 2 o'clock to break that
Sorry,
down.
Scott,
But imagine the Amish now communicating through Presler that they want to rebuild America. That's how much they're enamored with Trump. And they're great builders, apparently. They want to go to L.A. and build it. Let me play that Karen Bass so I don't forget
I
it
got
here
that ready.
before we
I
take
got
a
it
break.
for
Yeah.
you.
This was even better than the Colombian president because a split screen, Karen Bass, who was in Africa, her home wasn't affected, the mayor of L.A., prattling on about why you can't let people back in their houses to start rebuilding, and Trump going, get out of here. All right, here's how it sounded.
Apartments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP.
In the same room, though.
What?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots. Absolutely. In the city and in the county.
Well, why
we
not
are working
now?
together. Both levels of government are working in unity.
Months? Is it like we that's the answer that we got, and that's what we're all hanging on?
Yes.
So if you're telling us now faster, is it 6 months? Is it, I mean, all of our lives, rents, all this stuff is weighing on this.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe, and we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't
Yes,
cost
and
a
they
lot.
can,
You
and
should
they are
let them
able
do
to-
it because
No,
by the
they
time you
can do
hire
that.
contractors, it's
Right.
going to be 2 years.
If a family...
The people are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can
There's
do
not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours.
All right, and it went on from there. And there's a split screen of America. People like Bass, government types, whatever. And then Trump. What do we have here? Why are we not moving? Where's the urgency? They don't have any urgency. They don't care. They're not in that game. It's just that simple. Why is this so hard to understand? Why do you have to cover that up? As soon as you hear government, well, they're looking at your safety. Things have to be done properly. It's not about that. It's about they don't answer to anything. How are the public schools of, say, Philadelphia still in business? Look at them. Year after year after year after year, the same stuff. They're not changing. They don't have to. They block school choice. They try to block charter schools. And sometimes people vote to continue this. A split screen there, the difference of Trump. Let's get moving here. We've had enough delays. Oh, safety. What's safety? What's left there? And if people sign a waiver, they want to start clearing it, it's on them. They ought to be able to do that. You know, Karen Bass is the same type of person that says you don't have a right to try. You're told you have a terminal illness. You want to try something. Oh, no, you better not do that. Why not? I was told I'm terminal. Well, it could be unsafe. The same attitude. America just has to see this again and again and again and again, the contrast. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Don't forget the side question. Hit us with that all-time great moment or worst moment, being a Philadelphia sports fan. And again, Ray Didinger here at 1. Just want to hear him moving forward. In this charge, the NFL is looking to have the Chiefs win again. I didn't think last night's calls, but we'll ask him, were outlandish. It could have gone the other way. You know, but it does seem like the Chiefs are living a charmed life. And you're going to hear that more and more as we get closer to the game. Hey, I have important questions to ask you. Are you planning to sell your home in 2025 or anytime soon? The housing market is changing fast and not what it used to be. My friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors wants to help you stay ahead of the shifting real estate market and increase the value of your home. Put this date on your calendar. It's this coming Saturday. Diane is hosting a free breakfast seminar this Saturday morning, February 1st, at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. She'll show you how to tackle today's uncertain market with rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, low-cost ways to stage your home, and lots of other insights. Nobody does it better than Diane. I'll be there that morning till around 8:15, 8:20. I think breakfast starts at 8:30. Always a great breakfast, great time. Diane will sign copies of her new book, Model Home Mindset. So you don't want to wing it when selling your home. If you have any sense it's time, you're starting even in the beginning stages. Diane does all the homework, gets your home sold for top dollar. It's all free. All you have to do is RSVP. Call them at 215-576-8666 or visit 215-576-8666.com. I'll see you Saturday morning at the Hilton Garden Inn.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutogroup.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, small thing maybe, but this is happening all over the place just a week in. The Trump administration, Department of Education, among other things, has eliminated the position the Biden administration had put in of a so-called book ban coordinator. The book ban coordinator investigated school districts and parents working to stop obscene content. That's what the book ban coordinator did. It's I have a lot more today, too. We're working on trying to get the book ban coordinator. Well, really, it's the anti-book ban. No, it is the book ban coordinator. That's right. They're coordinating book bans. Yeah. It's stunning. I have this story. We're trying to get this Dr. Hyam, I believe it's on. I finally got to him on Twitter, but he got his case dismissed. He's a guy that was a whistleblower, I believe, one of the big, I'm not sure if he was Texas or Boston, where he talked about these unnecessary surgeries that are irrevocable, kids, the amount of money involved. And as a result of that, he was under criminal complaint from the institution. Well, the Trump Justice Department, even without Pam Bondi, dropped it, and so did the judge on Friday. Just another example of something big. When you hear this guy's story, it's quite remarkable, and they were really going to try to take him to the highest criminal penalties imaginable. And yet, there you go. Another repercussion. They got around to it on Friday. He's a free man. Big stuff all through social media. Classic whistleblower story. The right outcome. All it took was the Justice Department saying, no, we're not going to prosecute this. It never should have been prosecuted. There's going to be a lot more of those. And in our weekly reading, writing, and reading show devoted to education, parental rights, really, I have a story this week. The Trump administration finally moving on to big college. He's got better people this time. They're drilling down on stuff. How does a college get accredited? Why don't we have low-cost colleges? Well, you have this board of accreditors who doesn't want low-cost colleges. You could have a college for a lot less. And now the Trump people are going to overturn this and get people in there that are looking to have low-cost college. Think about that. Think about what a difference that would make. I'll give you more details on that. Just two more examples of what happened over the weekend. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk Eagles back and beyond moving forward with Ray Didinger. And also we have Sean Parnell. We'll take more of your calls. Sean is a real good friend of Pete Hegseth. And we'll talk with him about what's the to-do list for Hegseth. I had somebody asking me about 3 Republicans voted against Hegseth. What will Trump do about them? Well, McConnell's probably retiring. Murkowski, they tried to take her out in Alaska. Somehow or another, she remained. She beat the MAGA candidate. And same thing with Collins. She's not up for a while, I think, in Maine. They like her there. Go figure. Not too much you can do with McConnell, unless there are some things, that he might not like with people that are close to him. You can go after that, maybe. All right, big 1 o'clock hour straight ahead.
Cold weather has you thinking it's
finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com! Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, Ray Didinger, Hall of Famer, wrestling aficionado, among other things, and certainly somebody who has seen it all. Where would he place Saquon Barkley at this point in time? It's only a year, not even a full year completed yet, among the all-time greatest Eagles. Definitely top 10.
Looking for an edge, gets it. Saquon Barkley, first down. Barkley, oh! Saquon Touchdown!
Bad call by Tom Brady in front.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it didn't really seem to take the heart out of Washington. But when they were reduced to throwing a ball up over the middle on that fake punt, really tough throw, tough catch by the guy. It was like, man, this is going to be very tough. Let's go to Ray Dininger on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ray, welcome back.
Hi, Dom. How are you?
Well, very well. I hope you're doing well. So, Ray, yesterday overall, if Jalen Hurts plays like that, as armchair quarterback here myself, I think the Eagles win the Super Bowl. You know, all other things being relatively equal, that's the secret sauce. Yesterday, I didn't see the final percentage. It didn't matter. He was accurate, relatively decisive. You have that. You're not going to beat them.
I think you're probably right about that. He was 20 for 28 with 4 throwaways, actually. I mean, right. 4 balls where he was rushed and just deliberately threw it out of bounds. So he was on point. He threw for 246 yards, threw for 1 touchdown, ran for 3. And really looked good. I mean, for all the talk last week about the knee injury and how, you know, is he going to have to wear a brace and is he going to be able to move and how limited is he going to be? He didn't look very limited yesterday, and obviously with 2 weeks now to rest up and prepare for the Super Bowl, I mean, he should be absolutely fine there. And yeah, I mean, it's hard. You're not going to win the Super Bowl if your quarterback doesn't play. You know, I mean, if your quarterback goes there and doesn't play well, chances are you're not going to win. You need that. But what you saw yesterday is what really does win in the long haul, which is, you know, contributions from everybody. And you got that yesterday. And I think that's what, when Nick Sirianni was talking to the media after the game, I mean, that's what he kept coming back to, was the idea what a team victory this was, that everybody contributed. The offense was really good. The offensive line was really good. Hurts was excellent. The receivers came up with some big catches. Goddard came up with some big catches and runs, and of course Saquon Barkley. You know, and then your defense came up with the 4 takeaways, and you got some big plays from your special teams. I mean, so everybody in that room contributed to that game yesterday, and you know, Washington, if you look at the final score, it looks like it was easy. You know, people look at that score and say, geez, oh, man, they killed them. That was actually a very tough game. I mean, Washington's a good team. They certainly demonstrated that a week ago when they blew out Detroit. You know, and they fought the Eagles hard for 3 quarters. But then finally in the fourth quarter, a couple of those turnovers just put them out of the game, and the Eagles in the fourth quarter owned it. But I mean, it was an impressive performance against a really good young team.
Without a doubt. Now, I used to be the biggest Brady fan. I guess I am, but come on, Nick Foles is my guy. When you won't shake his hand, Ray, I got to admit deep down maybe I'm not fair, but I think Mahomes is getting pretty close to being as good as Brady, if not better. And the difference is this. His running ability in key spots is the ultimate weapon. It just sets him apart than the limitations that Brady had.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, a quarterback like that, with that kind of mobility, he's a backbreaker for defense. He really is. I mean, you know, the defense, and this is something Vic Fangio's, you know, going to have to wrestle with now for the next 2 weeks, is as a defensive coordinator, you can call exactly the right defense. You can have your guys in exactly the right position. You can have all of your coverage responsibilities, everybody playing exactly what they're supposed to play. And that guy can look and then get out of the pocket and turn what should be a negative play into a first down for him. You know, and if he does that 3 times in a game, those are backbreakers. You know, those are if he has 3 of those plays on a third down where he turns a situation where, okay, they're not going to make it, they're going to have to give you the ball back. All of a sudden he takes off out of the pocket and maybe gets 8 yards on a 3rd and 6. If he does that like 3 times in a game, that's just a very hard thing for a defense to overcome. And you know, what we're seeing with the NFL now, and I've watched enough of it that I can, you know, that I mean, I see it now and I just kind of accept it as fact. It's getting very hard. It's getting very hard to win in the NFL if you don't have a quarterback who can move. I mean, that's just it. I mean, you know, the days of the Peyton Mannings and the Johnny Unitas's and the Roman Gabriels that won all the games from the pocket, It's really hard for those guys now because those other guys, all these guys that can move, all these guys that can run, and you look at all the guys that are playing now. I mean, Lamar Jacksons and Josh Allens and Mahomes and Hurts and all of these quarterbacks that were winning and taking teams into the postseason. They've all got that mobility. They've all got that ability to, as they say, extend a play and turn nothing into something. It's very hard. It's very hard for a quarterback today to win if he doesn't have that other weapon.
So what do we look forward in the Super Bowl? Who is it that has had success, or what type of mentality? In other words, Ray, I think the Eagles have gotten one of the all-time great defensive coordinators, but I don't think he matches up against Mahomes, at least what he usually does. He's bend but don't break. You can't do that against Mahomes.
Well, you pick your spots is what you have to do. I mean, that's the people that have had success against Mahomes, and not that many people have, but those that have, what they do is they just keep him off balance. You just keep giving him different looks, make him guess. I mean, he can make mistakes. I mean, but it's not easy to fool him. But you have to do that. If you just come at him with one defensive system, if you just come at him with one coverage, that your guys we're going to play this coverage, we're going to give you this look, we're going to blitz off of this look. If you just make it easy for him, then you have no chance. What you have to do is you have to bring a lot of stuff and then present it in ways that you make him stop and think. Now he is still so good. In terms of both being able to find a receiver, deliver the ball on time, or just tuck the ball away and run for a first down, that he can still run out of trouble. But you have to make him confused at times. It's hard to confuse him, but that's the thing you have to do. You have to be able to throw just enough stuff at him in ways that he doesn't expect and knock him a little bit off balance. Once he has figured out exactly what you want to do, once he's actually, okay, I see it. He's on the sidelines looking at that little tablet and he sees the defense, and once he sees what you're doing, if that's all you got, then you got no chance. So you're going to have to find some ways to throw some things at him that are a little bit of a surprise and get him unexpected and maybe force him into a mistake or two. And Fangio is very good at that. Fangio is, he's been doing this so long. I mean, he's dealt with quarterbacks going, all the way back. I mean, he's been doing this since the mid '80s. So he's dealt with all kinds of quarterbacks, great ones and all the way down to the not so great ones. And he's very good at that kind of mental game that he plays against quarterbacks. And he fully recognizes this kid's a real challenge. But Vic Fangio's won a few of those battles, and now he's got one more.
All right. Now, the Eagles are playing against 12 men, though. You were already hearing it on WIP. I don't know if you're on this morning or not, Ray, but last night it started. They're biased. They did get a lot of calls this year that went their way in close moments. They had a number of close games. What do you think about that? Is there any sense that the refs not blatantly favor anything, but, in gray areas, they're looking toward the Chiefs?
They do, sure. I mean, that's not sour grapes. I mean, that's truth. I mean, if you're watching the games, you see it. But it's not. It didn't begin with Patrick Mahomes. I mean, we saw it with Peyton Manning. We saw it with Brady. I mean, those guys. I mean, there were times that I saw roughing the passer called on Peyton Manning when somebody just brushed literally brushed his helmet, and you got a 15-yard penalty. Same thing with Brady. And meanwhile, you get guys like Brett Favre. I mean, they were letting him get killed week after week. I mean, he never seemed to get the calls, but other guys do. And I think that Mahomes is that guy now. I mean, he's accomplished so much, and everybody knows what he is, and he's the number one quarterback in the game right now. So he's going to get the benefit of those calls. And it's not that the league is trying to set it up that he's going to win, and not that he even needs the help, but that's just the way it goes. I mean, it's sort of like, I know, Dom, you're a big basketball guy, and I mean, we all saw it with Michael Jordan. I think Michael Jordan got every call,
right?
And he was a great player, and he earned that respect. And he probably didn't need as much help as he got from the guys in the striped shirts, but he got it because he was Michael Jordan. And Patrick Mahomes is the NFL's equivalent.
Yeah, without a doubt. But you know what? The Bills lost their cool a little bit when they tackled Mahomes. I thought it was fine at the end zone line, and then Kelsey comes in, gets in there, and then the other guy comes in and butts Kelsey, who flops, falls down like he's in basketball, and the refs right away go with a 15-yard penalty. I wouldn't have called that.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have either. I mean, there was a lot of stuff in the Eagles-Washington game too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of after the whistle pushing and shoving, and guys taking swings at each other, and that. I mean, those were two really chippy games, but you understand it. I mean, you get this late in the season, you understand the stakes. You're going to see some of that. But I'll tell you, one of the things that the Eagles have to be aware of, and I hope they talk about it in-house between now and New Orleans, is Jalen Carter. I mean, Jalen Carter is a terrific young player. I mean, right now he's one of the three best, and I'm being conservative when I say that, one of the three best defensive linemen in football right now. I mean, he's that good on only his second year. But he's got a reputation now for playing outside the rules some. And I mean, you saw it yesterday when he belted that Washington guy in the head and knocked him down after the play. That's the kind of stuff that the officials know about that, and they talk about that, and they look for it. And if you become a little bit of a marked man, somewhere in a Super Bowl in a big situation, he could do a similar kind of thing and get a flag that could really hurt you. I mean, if he would do something like that, let's say on a 3rd and 9 play, when Mahomes throws an incompletion, and you should be getting off the field as a defense, but he takes a punch at somebody after the whistle, and if somebody's looking at him, and they're going to be looking at him, and they throw a flag, and you get you're giving Patrick Mahomes a fresh set of downs, something like that could cost you a game. So, look, Carter's really good, and I don't want to take his edge away because I think he's a guy that has to play it rough and tough, and he should. But he's going to have to play really smart because he's now got officials looking for him, exactly. and one of those kinds of plays in the wrong spot could cost you a game. I mean, you saw it the last time the Eagles played the Chiefs in a Super Bowl. It was a guy grabbing a jersey in the end zone that helped contribute to them losing that game. Sometimes an official can make a call, even in the biggest game, that can cost you the game. And it happened the last time the Eagles were there playing the same team, and you don't want to let that happen again.
Right. Who do you favor with in the end, though? The most spread I see out there, they favor the Chiefs. I don't see it that way. The Eagles' defense is so much better than they were before. Kelsey's gone downhill a little bit. On the Eagles side, they didn't have anything like Barkley the last time. It's not so much whether he runs, for 200 yards. It's a fear of God that you always got to be looking at him. I think they ought to be favored.
Well, they're going to go with the two-time champs. I mean, right. they're just going to. I mean, they've earned that respect, and they're trying to accomplish something that no team in the modern era of pro football has accomplished, which is win it 3 in a row. I mean, that's an amazing feat. So I expected them to be favored. The fact that the Eagles are within 1.5 points of them now, I think is. I was a little surprised. I thought it was going to be a little bit more. I thought it was going to be closer to 3. Mm-hmm. Now let's see how much it moves between now and next Sunday. Let's see if it nudges up 0.5 point or down 0.5 point. But I think that, to me, I look at these two teams and I think they're very even. I think they're very, very even. I mean, the Eagles they're really good. I mean, top to bottom on their roster, I think they have a better team than the Chiefs. I really do. Yeah. And I think they have that much talent on this team. And I think the fact that they were in this game a couple years ago, they understand what Super Bowl week is like. They understand the craziness that goes on there with all the interviews and all the hoopla that surrounds you for a whole week. I think the first time you go there and you have to play in that game, it can really take you. It can really take your mind out of it. And the fact that they were in it just a couple of years ago, most of these guys, I think will really help them going back this time. And and you're right about it. I mean, they certainly didn't have a weapon, anything like Saquon Barkley 2 years ago.
Where do you place him?
He's a game changer.
It's only 1 year, and I know, but you've seen him play with the Giants. You know what he did there. Is he among the top 10 Eagles ever?
It's hard to say after just 1 year. It really is. I mean, I've done enough writing about Eagles history, that I have an appreciation for Steve Van Buren. Now, there isn't anybody around that remembers Steve Van Buren. I mean, he played in the 40s, but he led the league in rushing 4 times, and led them to back-to-back world championships. And he had statistics that in a 12-game season were just jaw-dropping. I mean, he was getting 1,000 yards in a 12-game season. I think Van Buren was a special player. That's why he's the first Eagle in the Hall of Fame. But I mean, for what this guy has done this year, it might be if he actually wins the Super Bowl, if he actually takes this team to the Super Bowl and they win the Super Bowl, I think you could safely say that this is the greatest season by any Eagles running back ever. Now, If you ask me who's the best Eagles player of all time, I will probably still tell you Bednarik.
Yeah, I knew you would. You shocked me for a moment. You hesitated there. I thought you were going to say something else, and I was going to say, that's it, Ray. No. You know why?
No,
it's not just talent. It's the legendary type of stuff that you associate with him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Dom, the guy played 60 minutes a game when he was 35 years old.
I'm thinking of drinking
a world championship.
Drinking a beer with a cigarette and cigar in his mouth at the same time. Now
that's exactly right.
Legendary.
Yeah, they don't make them like that anymore.
No, Ray, thank you. Hey, Ray, today's side question in honor of this great win, our side question is all-time best or worst Philly sports moment. You're the dean of all this stuff. What's yours?
Oh, as of now, it's still got to be Super Bowl 52.
Okay.
As of now, it's still got to be Super Bowl 52. I mean, that was the moment until 2 weeks from now, and maybe maybe we're going to see a better one. But as of right now, I'll still go with Nick Foles in Super Bowl 52.
Good choice, Ray. Thank you, Ray. Thanks for coming on today.
Always a pleasure, Dom. Take care.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you very much. Henry or Dan, anything to add to that? I'm just in sync with Ray. I think he thinks the Eagles are
What can you
parity.
add to such a legend?
Yes.
Ray Davis,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I think he's covered all the gamut,
Yeah.
I was surprised that he said the point spread might be bigger, like 3.5 points. I think 1.5 is right where it should be.
I got a sense he thinks it's going to go down in the Eagles' favor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
hope
so.
Oh, yeah, I think so. 855-839-1210. You get on board. You can jump in. Hit us with that. Coming up, J.D. Vance goes on first big interview yesterday, Face the Nation, and he's asked about Catholics, and he's a converted Catholic, and illegal immigration. And what he says about the bishops, I wish I had been there to shake his hand. Exactly right of what's going on here. And I wonder how Catholics are going to react to this. I don't think they're going to favor what the bishops are saying versus what Trump and the country's saying. And then Sean Parnell will join us, big friend of Pete Hegseth. We'll ask him about what's the to-do list. What does Pete Hegseth have to do? Phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
You may be ready for retirement, but is your money? Learn how to make your money work overtime. Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dom time. So J.D. Vance gave the first sit-down interview, they call it, yesterday to Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation. And they really got into it on immigration and then the Brennan ploy of when you're going to bring down the cost of bacon. This is cut 12, though, and they're going back and forth, and particularly she knows that Vance is a converted Catholic. The bishops come up, and the bishops at the border, and all these alleged nonprofit groups are doing, shuttling illegal immigrants around the country. Here's how it sounded.
I don't agree that all these immigrants or all these refugees have been properly vetted. In fact, we know that there are cases of people who allegedly were properly vetted and then were literally planning terrorist attacks on our country. That happened during the campaign, if you may remember. So clearly not all of these foreign nationals
but there are
have been properly
30,000
vetted.
people in the pipeline, Afghan refugees.
But my primary
Do you stand by
concern
it?
as the vice president, Margaret, is to look after the American people. And now that
So
we
no.
know that we have vetting problems with a lot of these refugee programs, we absolutely cannot unleash thousands of unvetted people into our country.
These
It's
people are
not
vetted.
good.
These people are vetted.
Just like the guy who planned a terrorist attack in Oklahoma a few months ago, he was allegedly properly vetted, and many people in the media and the Democratic Party said that he was properly vetted. Clearly he
Yeah.
wasn't. I don't want my children to share a neighborhood with people who are not properly vetted, and because I don't want it for my kids, I'm not going to force any other American citizens' kids to do that either.
No, and that was a very particular case. It wasn't clear if he was radicalized when he got here or while he was living here.
I don't really
But-
care, Margaret. I don't want that person in my country, and I think most Americans agree with me.
Okay, now, Vance also went after Catholic bishops who criticized the ICE raids. Particularly, they got into talking about, are you going to come into churches, et cetera. And he actually said they're worried about their bottom line. And I think the figure of $100 million was thrown around here. Sadly, Catholic Charities then today or over the weekend, they put up this on Twitter for people here illegally what their rights were with ICE. They didn't say to do anything illegal, but it's trending on Twitter because people have had it here. In other words, Vance made this point too, and I'll make it again and again. The bishops are compromised here. It's $100 million guesstimate the Catholic charities, churches, et cetera, are getting to shuffle people around that Americans don't want this. And then people like Dolan, this bishop sits last week, who apparently is their leader on this, they lecture the rest of us on it. This is inhumane, immoral, everything else. We've been down this road before. So Catholics are going to be in the front line on this, particularly Vance. I think he handled it beautifully. He called them out. I haven't seen the response today. What are they going to say? No, we're not making a lot of money out of this. No, we're not giving advice to illegal immigrants. Why are you giving them advice about their so-called rights in this? Is that your role? Why? What is it you're trying to do with this? And stop the lecturing. Stop telling us, playing this game, making money over here, and on the other side, telling us, well, it's sinful. What's going on here? 855-839-1210. In your church, what's the stance on all this? What's being said about it? We haven't seen it in Philadelphia yet. They're working their way here because Chicago, of course, is the big epicenter of this. That's where the action has been. That's where it seems to be the capital of it. And some of the most egregious cases. All right, 855-839-1210. And again, Vance making the point as both vice president and as a Catholic, no, we're not going to listen to this. The country's voted on this. Nothing's being done that's inhumane. So on the one hand, the media is saying, why have you not removed more? On the other hand, they're saying it costs too much to remove people. 855-839-1210. I'm watching this today, too. It's pretty wild what's going on right now with the NASDAQ, the tech stocks, that the Chinese may have some kind of app, AI app, that is cheaper or going to be more effective than what the American tech stocks have. And it's causing just incredible meltdown at this point. This AI stuff is very problematic at several levels, and it's causing, again, this sense, oh my God, what are they going to do with it? And what is going to be the impact on these American companies if they can't keep up? All right, let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. Robert, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today.
Same here.
I hope you guys had a good weekend, and I want to congratulate you all on your team just kicking butt, and I hope that they kill the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Who's your team, Robert? Yeah, I heard that there.
I'm a lifelong Raiders fan, unfortunately, and that won't change. But I just keep but most of my kids and some friends and relatives are all Eagles fans. So when they play, I root for the Eagles as long as they're not playing the Raiders.
Okay, gotcha. She's working on that. She has 2 weeks to spell it correctly. Yes,
No,
working
spell it wrong.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Even when Sherelle gets it wrong. Okay. But I'm going to just go right to the side answer, or side question rather. 1985, Villanova defeats the juggernaut known as Georgetown. I watched the game. I love rooting for underdogs, so that was right up my alley. And it just seemed like Villanova couldn't miss. Every time they put a shot up, it went down. And I'm just getting more and more excited. Raleigh Massimino's getting crazy. That was a really fun time, Don. I really enjoyed that.
It was
game.
a fun game. I mean, they maximized, I don't know what they shot from. I don't know if it was 3 then or not, but from the outside, it was incredible. And they had Ewing. They froze the ball most of the game. It was beautifully played. Yeah.
63% shooting, I think, Dom. That was great. So that's my answer, and I'm going to enjoy the rest of the show, and you guys have a great day, okay?
That's a good one. That was a big moment, and over at Villanova, they went kind of nuts in the streets, so to speak, after that. All right, 855-839-1210. Captain Sean Parnell is next, friend of Pete Hegseth. What's the to-do list? By the way, thanks to, I think it was Mark out there who sent this to Greg. Yeah, I said passive-aggressive. There's a military term for what the Air Force did as far as knocking off the inspirational video of the Tuskegee Airmen, just to get even with the Trump administration. Malicious compliance. In other words, we're complying with the order, but we're going to take it to the extreme because we don't like it. We're going to do malicious compliance. With people like that, there's got to be a repercussion. All right, Sean Parnell's next on Talk Radio 1210.
With a new administration bringing optimism back into the nation, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for crash-proof, and it'll be great for my family and my future. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor 2-1. That's interest credit that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. I'm glad the market's up, and I hope it continues to go up. But at some point, the market's going to come down again, and I'm guaranteed not to lose anything. We can continue on this pathway to success with crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Celebrations out on Broad Street last night as the Eagles move on to the big game against the Kansas City Chiefs. SEPTA sounds early warnings about fare increases and service cuts without permanent state transit funding. And the Philadelphia Housing Authority is adding more units as its popularity keeps going up.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at Holy Rosary Regional School in Plymouth Meeting Saturday, February 1st with Jim Daly and Tim Conniff. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Of course, one of our favorites, Captain Sean Parnell, ran the mail-in campaign here very effectively in Pennsylvania. Hard to do. And also deep ties with various veterans groups and working with Pete Hegseth. And I just told you a moment ago, this Air Force thing, the military term apparently is malicious compliance, passive-aggressive. Hey, DEI, you don't want us to do that? All right, we're not going to show the film of the Tuskegee Airmen or these women pilots. I know Pete Hegseth's got a lot on his mind there, Defense Department. I think send somebody there, root out the people that did this, every one of them, get them out of there. Let's go to Captain Sean Parnell on Talk Radio 1210. Sean, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Dom, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, that military term, I saw it this morning. I just called it passive-aggressive. But have you ever experienced that where they say, oh, yeah, you want me to follow this? Well, I absolutely will. I'll get rid of apparently every successful African-American and like the Tuskegee Airmen. Who does that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this sadly doesn't surprise me because this is the type of stuff that happened a lot during President Trump's first administration, his first 4 years. And so Dom, this is a perfect example of what I like to, when I refer to the deep state or bloated bureaucracy or the blob or call it whatever you want. This is what I mean. And they will, through either malicious compliance or outright subversion, do everything that they can to stall or thwart, President Trump's agenda. And sometimes, that's as simple as, an executive order is issued, and at some level of the bureaucratic process, some unelected bureaucrat leaves it in the inbox and doesn't put it in the outbox, and it doesn't get disseminated. Or in the case of something like this, hey, look, there's not going to be any diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the United States military because ultimately it's a distraction from the military. So what some of these deep staters do is they say, well, fine, you don't want DEI? We're just not going to teach about the historic Tuskegee Airmen. And the reason – it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, right? And the reason why they do it is for one reason and one reason only. That's to embarrass Secretary Hegseth and Trump. That's it. That's it.
Well, I think it's worth it to get to the bottom. Again, these are military people, probably, maybe a civilian or two, who knows, to get to that, to root them out, make an example of them. I think this is a good one, as tiring as it is. And Sean, you're inside this a little bit more with some people there, but my sense from the people we talk with Trump and what I see, they are drilling down. They put the deputy people in place already in all these cabinet offices. They realize how much they can slow stuff up. This is somebody that you can make an example of. The average American knows about Tuskegee Airmen. This is just asking to be made an example of.
And you have to do it, Dom. Otherwise, you have to find egregious offenders of violations of orders given by the commander-in-chief, and you have to make examples of it. Just because if you don't, it's going to get worse, and these people will get more bold over the next 4 years. And look, I don't care. Democrats out there who are listening, this pertains to you too. Like when there's a Democrat president in office, you're not going to want some Republican staffer who's resisting a duly elected commander-in-chief's agenda. The commander-in-chief is our voice. We sent him to Washington on a mandate to enact an agenda on behalf of the American people. I did not vote for these unelected bureaucrats who are going to resist President Trump's agenda. It's completely unacceptable. So it's the right thing to do to make an example of some of these people and fire them. And by the way, it's even more important in the Department of Defense, where following orders can be the difference between life and death. I mean, think about this, Dom. I mean, sometimes this gets lost in the sauce a little bit in the politics of what we're discussing. But an overt focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion does not make our military more lethal. It doesn't make us a more effective force. It doesn't increase our readiness. And any singular minute that our servicemen and women spend studying diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is divisive crap, it makes them less lethal on the battlefield and makes it less likely for America's sons and daughters to come home from those wars should we have to fight them. It's unacceptable.
And Sean, organically, that's what the military's always been about anyhow. Organically, there's diversity, at least when you look back.
Yes.
Every World War II film or even Vietnam film or whatever, you saw that kind of Saving Private Ryan. The one guy's from the Bronx. There's a guy from Texas they always put in there, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I had probably one of the most diverse infantry platoons that you could possibly imagine, Dom. Black next to white, Christians next to atheists, next to Jews, rich next to poor, Northerners, Southerners, Democrats, Republicans. But what made my unit, my platoon, but the military in general at large, the most lethal fighting force on the face of the planet, is that we put aside our differences. We unite under the common banner of being Americans. And with that comes, an amazing and an extraordinary legacy that every single person who wears a flag on their shoulder, and again, it doesn't matter where you come from, what God you worship, or what color your skin is, Like, you got that flag on your shoulder. You stand for something greater than yourself. You're part of something greater than yourself. And like DEI and all this insane leftist political social experiment crap in our military distracts from all of that. And, the examples need to be made for sure.
What else should Hegseth is the major focus now, in addition to what you and I just talked about, the recruiting piece of this, of why they're having such trouble? And it seems to me he is such a different disruptor, the TV presence, his military service, that ought to help the push toward recruiting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we are in a very, very serious recruiting crisis, the likes of which we have not seen in this country since shortly after the Vietnam War. And so in order to turn that ship around, it's going to require bold action and purging diversity, equity, inclusion, and all that insane stuff from the military is obviously an important part of that. But it's also having leaders that get out there and inspire confidence in the next generation of American warfighters that, hey, we want the best and the brightest, the biggest, the fastest, the strongest, the most proficient. Again, it doesn't matter where you come from or how much money you make. You have an opportunity to be the best as part of the U.S. military, and we want that. And so having somebody at the helm of the organization that talks about the Army values, that talks about the warrior ethos and why our military is special, and the fact that, when you come into this, you're standing on the shoulders of giants, just like that kid from World War II from the Bronx who fought on D-Day or jumped into Normandy and fought to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Like, we inherited an extraordinary legacy from those men and women who fought back then, and they get to be a part of that now. And having somebody at the helm who expresses those values and talks about those values in and of itself will help with recruiting for sure.
Sean, it looks like the president, at least from what we hear, I haven't seen it yet, is going to issue an executive order around people that are trans, identify as that in the military. And again, anybody that wants to sign up and serve the country, that's great. But the argument has always been, and you've had actual command experience around this, of trans people in the military, that this is not the place, particularly active duty combat type of situation. What are some of the difficulties with it?
Well, they're unfit to serve, and it's not. And I'm not insulting them. In America, you live your life the way that you want. But the idea that our military is somehow exclusive is laughable because, by definition, we are an exclusive organization. If you have flat feet, you can't serve. If you have asthma, you can't serve. If you're overweight, you can't serve. There's a litany of different reasons why you cannot serve or you don't meet the qualifications to serve. And a lot of times people, like trans people, will join the military, get a taxpayer-funded surgery, and then they got to go on 12 months of narcotics and hormones. During that time, they're non-deployable, and even after that, they're non-deployable because you can't go to an outward base in Afghanistan and be on hormone therapy to keep you the gender that you believe that you are, especially when the helicopters stop showing up with those hormones. It puts everyone around you at risk. So this isn't an attack on trans people. It's not an attack on the lifestyle that they choose to live, but that lifestyle is not consonant with life in the American military. And again, President Trump is right on the money. It's all about readiness and lethality. And this doesn't make us a more ready lethal force. It just doesn't.
Sean, what's up with you now? We know last time we spoken, still in the mix here. The mail-in balloting went spectacularly well and continues. What are you up to?
Well, we're just continuing to build that organization. I mean, look, did you see the registration gains that we made in Pennsylvania over the last couple of weeks?
Absolutely.
Like, in a couple of years, I'm convinced that there are going to be more registered Republicans in this state than Democrats.
By the midterms, we're going to hold you to that. Boy, that's you and Scott Presler's coming up. That's a lethal team. But boy, if we're close, we know what's because some of these people are in Democrats in name only. They grew up that way and all, but they're voting. They're voting the other way now. We know that.
Yeah, and we have to look at the left, the radical left. They don't take time off. And one thing that I can tell you for certain is that nationally, but certainly here in Pennsylvania as well, the Democrat Party is in disarray right now. Like, there was a poll on CNN asking who Democrats thought the leader of their party was. Is it Kamala Harris? No. Is it Joe Biden? No. Is it Barack Obama? No. the leading percent getter was, I don't know. So we have to take advantage of that, Dom. We can't rest on our laurels. While they're in disarray, we've got to capitalize.
Absolutely. Sean, thank you so much. Thanks for your service as always and your great insight today. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, take care, Dom.
Captain Sean Parnell here on Malicious Compliance, 855-839-1210. Coming up, we have a couple of other things that have just happened. You heard what he said about the president's order on people that are trans in the military. Got a little bit more on that. A couple of other things, too, before we get to Scott Presler on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
This federal employee is freaking out because she's going to have to work 5 days a week in person.
All federal employees have to work 5 days a week starting next week.
Life comes at you fast, huh? Sometimes you just have to remind yourself you're still an adult. Time to get back to work. As much as I am all about getting people back into their workplace and away from their kitchen table and their laptop and the scam that they've been perpetrating on us for many years, I don't know that I want people like that back in the workplace. Can you imagine encountering her at the coffee spot?
No.
In the kitchen here?
No.
Run.
You know how awkward that conversation would be?
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision, buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups. Extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Tom Giordano's show in the next hour. Scott Presler. Also, several people I really respect pointing out, Big Pharma coming after RFK Jr. or more big agriculture. A lot of these Republicans don't like it, what he's talking about, where he's going, and yet he's the breakout guy with suburban moms who might lean one way or the other. RFK Jr., what's in the food, kids. But John Fetterman was on The View today. He was Sonny Hostin, you're not what you pretend to be. We thought you were left wing and all that. But there's more of Fetterman trying to explain how he's reacting to Trump, et cetera. Here's how it sounded on The View.
Is it anything you've been seeing, or do you anticipate that there's going to be changes that we should be prepped for that we're not thinking about?
Honestly, I haven't been surprised by anything now. He's been doing essentially what he actually campaigned on that. He announced he is going to pardon the J6 individuals. He is going to absolutely go after the border. So there's a lot of things that he's already ran on. Criticize a lot of it, and I don't agree with everything either, but it's undeniable he actually ran on that and been really upfront. He's like, I am your reputation, and he's, kind of making those moves. So that's kind of where we're at. Early on, immediately after the election, I was like, hey, we have a choice. We can freak out and follow every other thing around, like a cat, with a laser, after everyone. But I'm not that guy. I'm not going to be that Democrat. For me, there's things I'm going to agree with, I'm going to disagree with, but I'm in the business of finding wins for Pennsylvania and for the nation, and engaging the president. I think I see that as doing my job.
All right. So, again, I talk to some people and they say, why would you even talk to Fetterman's the one compromising here? I just don't get this. It's not embracing him or anything else. Where you can with him, he's moving towards you, like on the Lake and Riley bill. That's the part you embrace. You challenge him. He's doing the same thing on his side. He's realizing you can't push back on everything that Trump, from his perspective. He ran on this. He's checking the box. He's telling people, I'm doing what I told you to do, even more. He's accomplishing on that. The Democrats' play is going to come down to this. After 6 months, a year, you pick a figure. How's it looking in the grocery store? Are these changes starting to whittle away at this mountain that Biden put in the way of the middle class as far as jacking up prices? If we're seeing progress on that, in addition to all the other stuff he's doing, which is popular, then they're not going to have any narrative at all. Doesn't mean they still won't have to say stuff. We know that. Every party does. So their hope is they can hammer that and say, you're not really bringing down inflation that much, because it's so difficult to do this in a relatively short period of time. It's so baked in what Biden has done. I agree. The energy piece, the regulations, all that money invested in America, you got to think that's going to have a chip away effect. All right. Sean Parnell just referenced Scott Presler, and I referenced him, the registration, how well that's going in Pennsylvania, what's happening in New Jersey, and the Amish. National news, at least I saw it on Presler's Twitter and trending, because they've offered to join with Trump to rebuild America, the fires and everything else, the hurricanes. That's where they want to be involved. And that was a really smart tour that he did, going to North Carolina first, going to California, coming back through Nevada, the no tax on tips, and then Vance today in Virginia with more hurricane victims. It's a different vibe than the first time around. It's much more organized, much more flooding the zone with stuff that's actual policy that Democrats can't counter. All right, phone lines. Hit us with that all-time sports moment. Here's your chance to get in with that. 855-839-52 1210.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. He is such a part. He's a fly fisherman, among other things. He was doing that over the weekend, allegedly. He's with the Amish Rebuilding
I don't believe
America.
it's actually fun, like fly fishing. I really want Scott to tell me.
Yeah,
that,
well, I'm going to ask him about that. I don't know if he got over to the boat show, but Dan just had a great question. I won't let just Scott answer it. I'll ask everybody else. He's such a regular. What should be the theme song? Hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210 or call in right now so we can run it past him at DomShow1210. Or hit me, call in. What should be the Scott Presler theme song? Scott, welcome back. Have you ever had a theme song anywhere?
I remember, if I remember correctly, one time when I came on your show, you had produced a song for me, I think. Didn't you guys?
Oh, we can go back to that. Sure,
oh, yeah, okay. Back to that.
Earl's very happy to hear that, I'm sure.
Oh, that's right. The Earl of Tacony did a Scott Presler. He made it rhyme somehow or another, too.
Here?
Yeah.
Scott is a guy wants to make the earth pretty, picking up garbage in Baltimore City. Small act of kindness, much happiness brings. That was the start of Scott Presler things.
Okay. I still want to get some more content going.
I feel like
here,
we need
though,
more
Scott.
energy, though. You know.
Yeah, it needs a little bit more for Presler. We need something that pops. How about an Amish folk song?
How about Amish Paradise?
Yeah, Amish Paradise.
By yeah.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
I could do that. I could do that.
I can
Well,
tell he
listen,
likes that one. Yes, we'll get as many for we can. Go ahead.
As we begin today, just everyone, please join me, and together let's spell Eagles. E-L-G-S-E-S.
All right. You could be mayor of Philadelphia with that.
He spelled it the exact right way. You know, maybe that's a new spelling here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but we're not big on spelling in the public schools. And Sherelle was an English major and a teacher, too. I was kind of surprised with this. So, Scott, what's up with the fly fishing in Edison, New Jersey? Dan doesn't believe fly fishing is really any kind of
I don't
thing.
believe it's real.
It's not real, yeah.
No, it's fly fishing.
Yeah.
Is it real? Can you catch fish like that? Were you catching fish the other day, Scott?
No, this is a very real thing. And I'll tell you, we were there in Edison, New Jersey, which is Middlesex, from Friday through Sunday. And within that time frame, we got 200 people to committing to vote this November. And if you just think of all the people that we didn't get to sign up, I mean, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of fly fishermen and people, you know, creating lures, etc. It's a very big thing there in New Jersey.
Oh, my God. Well, wait a minute, Dan. I did broadcast from the Shad Fest in Flemington, New Jersey.
Yeah, how was that?
Well, it was okay.
Seems pretty fishy, Dom.
Yeah, well, it was near Springsteen's headquarters. The Shadfish was a big festival. There had to be thousands of people there. Hard to believe. So, Scott, we had Sean Parnell on a little bit earlier, and he said the Pennsylvania numbers have taken another nice bump. What can you tell us?
Oh, it's beautiful. So another 7 days has gone by, and in that time, the Democrats had another net loss of 2,000 voters. It appears to me on its face that a smaller purge might have been done by the PA Department of State. But even so, it's fascinating. Even if there was a small purge, Republicans only lost 80 net loss voters, while Democrats lost 2,000. Chester lost another 80 voters, so Chester continues to go to the right. Bucks County continues to go to the right. And you know, it's very interesting. The Democrats, I can tell you right now, they are petrified. So we have been pushing no to retention for the 3 Democrat Supreme Court justices. Justice Dougherty, no. Justice Wecht, no. Justice Donahue, no. And the Democrats, they have never had to fight for retention before. And I just noticed on X, on social media, that they created brand new January 2025 retention for their Democrat Supreme Court justice candidates. And so it shows me that the work that we're doing with voter registration, the messaging behind our no to retention is making the Democrats panic.
The story I saw over the weekend, though, and you were intimately involved, and I'm not sure if it trended, seeing the Amish wanting to rebuild hurricane victims, L.A., Trump, Presler, those were the things I've saw. You really have tapped into the Amish to, you know, put their foot into the rest of the world here because they're pretty skilled builders in the Delaware Valley. I know they're around.
Well, I read a statistic. Someone made a comment. So there's this gentleman by the name of Eli Yoder, which, Yoder, that is definitely a very prolific Amish name within that community. And I believe he's actually a trucker over in Ohio. And he speaks with different Amish communities daily. And he said that the Amish have offered themselves that if we want to build the wall, if we want help building houses for hurricane victims or victims of natural disasters, that the Amish are willing to offer their help and their craftsmanship to make America truly great again. And I just, how wonderful that this community that came out and voted in 2024 is still willing to serve and do right by the American people.
All right, Scott, Marcus Aurelius says on Twitter, Presler's song, Almost Cut My Hair by Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. How about if we go with that?
You know, I haven't heard that one before. I think that might be a little before my time.
Still too
I'm
slow.
thinking, I'm happy to listen to it. I want something like Let It Rock, or I want something like Confident by Demi Lovato. I want something high energy that speaks to my unbridled enthusiasm.
Wait a minute, you take that from Seinfeld, the unbridled enthusiasm? I'm sorry.
See, that's more kind of my style right there.
All right. Well, we'll test that out for next week. Dan will bookmark that. We'll do it. Scott, the other thing that's out there, you're trying to rev up people, so are we, that Wednesday, RFK Jr., boy, this is going to be one of the biggest factual and provocative testimony that I think we've ever seen. And there are two elements to be suspect of on the Republican side, big pharma types, and even more so, I think, because it's harder to unmask them, big agriculture types. And big agriculture likes what they're doing to food. They're the ones that several of these in the heartland of America might end up voting against RFK Jr.
Yes, so this is really critical, ladies and gentlemen. I need you. It's 2 o'clock. Right after you're done listening to Dom Giordano, 1210 Talk Radio.
Whoops. I knew he was in a tough sell. There we go. Go ahead again, Scott.
So RFK Jr.'s nomination, his hearing is going to be this week, and it is imperative that you call your senators. And I want you to especially focus on people like Bill Cassidy in Louisiana, who, even though he's a Republican, he voted to convict President Trump when President Trump was impeached by the Democrats. And so Cassidy needs to hear from us, his constituents. We need to talk to Fetterman and, of course, McCormick. McCormick is a Republican, but Fetterman, we need him to know that if he wants to be reelected in 2028, which is going to be a presidential election year, and, you know, J.D. Vance is likely going to be at the top of the ticket, if he wants to keep his seat, then he needs to listen to this new constituency in Pennsylvania. We also, of course, need to reach out to Mitch McConnell in Kentucky, Murkowski in Alaska, Collins in Maine. But I would also encourage people in Michigan, reach out to Peters, because he's up for re-election. And this is a state that, like Pennsylvania, Michigan is trending to the right. And the Muslim community, especially after the Democrats' debacle of not providing for peace and the ceasefire, which we are getting under President Trump, I think a lot of these communities, from the Amish to members of the Muslim community to members of the Jewish community, you're going to see some of those non-traditional, unrepresented groups perhaps join the Republican Party now. And so please make those phone calls. You can dial 202-224, I believe it is. And then I have a flyer on my X account that has the last four numbers for every single United States senator, all 100 of them.
Well done, Scott, as always. And where do people go to support you, the efforts in Jersey, kidding about fly fishing? Do you have any beach ideas yet? Are we going to have a bodybuilding contest like Venice, California? Or is there something in Wildwood that you're thinking of?
Well, we have 5 months to really work out in gym tan laundry and preparation for the shore this summer, and we will be there, you know. So you may see a very different Scott in a few months. You may see a very different. But I am actually preparing for the Great American Outdoor Show. Our early vote action team, earlyvoteaction.com, is where you can support us. We are going to be they are registering voters from February 1st through February 9th in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So if you need to register to vote, if you need to change your party affiliation, if you need to sign up for a mail-in ballot, or if you would even like to volunteer, we would love to have you at the Great American Outdoor Show.
Great stuff, Scott. Thank you, and we'll work on the theme music. Got more
I
coming
think
in.
we might have found it, Dom.
Crazy,
Yeah, maybe the Jersey Shore theme. Go Jim Pan Laundry as he takes the shore. Yeah.
I like that, how he worked it in. Thanks, Scott, very much.
Thanks, gentlemen.
All right, Scott Pressler here on time. Keep him coming on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. He mentioned something really important there. RFK Jr. hearing on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, you have both Tulsi Gabbard, who might be the toughest one to get over the finish line, and also Kash Patel. You know, I think one of the two will make it. Which one? We'll see. Edging toward Patel at this moment. I want to talk about the RFK Jr., though, and some of the people involved. Daily Caller today talks about the fact that something really helpful to the Trump agenda is make America healthy again. RFK Jr. on the food. And these are suburbanites, many of them moms, who like what he's saying and some of the results that are happening already. On the other hand, you have the big agriculture, more than big pharma, and they want to keep the food essentially as it is. And any number of Republicans are on that list. And apparently there's several corporate war rooms. And there are some surprising figures who got the most money from big pharma, people like Ted Cruz. Now, do I think Ted Cruz would vote against RFK Jr.? I don't think so. But there are others, Cassidy he mentioned, et cetera, who might, in addition to the usual Murkowski, Susan Collins, who knows, Mitch McConnell. There are all kinds of interests here that want to stop Kennedy. And, of course, probably every Democrat, although Fetterman is a wild card. He's right. He mentioned Dave McCormick. I don't see Dave McCormick voting against. Tulsi Gabbard's problem might be getting out of the committee. It's only 9-8, the committee that she goes before, and some of them are reluctant, couple of Republicans. That might be the tougher one. All right, phone lines to get in. Hit us on the side question, too. Hit us with that all-time best or worst Philly sports moment for you coming off the Eagles and everything else that's happening. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. I'm writing my column this week on Lake and Riley. How is it that a lot of the country's bipartisan voting for this, and yet the three women in the suburbs all together voted against it? Dean of Decency, Mary Gay Scanlon, and the Houlihan. And the Houlihan wrote this piece for the Inquirer. I'll give you the flavor of it coming up. Why I voted no on the Lake and Riley Act. Again, unconstitutional. Really? All these other people don't see that. They don't see protecting us. Could it be there were some mushrooms involved in her mind here? No, not the chemical mushroom, the physical mushrooms. Big mushroom country, Chrissy Houlihan. All straight ahead, 855-839-1210. Oh, I forgot, yes. And right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
The money gone. That is absolutely right. All right, today for Money Melody, a pair of tickets to the Dirk Quinn Band's Scabby Toad, a unique musical adventure with a reimagining of the Beatles' Abbey Road at the Zlock Performing Arts Center, one of our favorite spots, on the campus of Bucks County Community College on January 31st. Dan, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom, so we're talking about great moments in Philadelphia sports history. Well, this guy provided a good number of them, and the clue is in this song. I'll say that. We're looking for the cover artist today, a guy that spent some time here in Philadelphia and left quite a mark that we still remember to this day. Take a listen. We want to know who today's singer is. Here you go.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I am found. Was blind, but now I see.
All right, who is that? Dan says spent a lot of time in the Philadelphia area.
Not a lot of time, but a memorable time
An
here in
impactful,
Philadelphia.
okay.
A very impactful time.
Okay.
Maybe a Hall of Fame level time.
All right, don't give away too much.
All right. 855.
Record-setting time here in
Stop
Philadelphia.
855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Do that, and you're headed to the Zlock, which is a great site for Talk Radio 1210. Your call's coming up, Talk Radio 1210.
Earn unlimited cash back up to 4% when you use your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard for essential items such as groceries, gas, and purchases from pharmacies and home improvement stores. You'll earn 2% cash back on all other purchases, such as travel and dining. There's no limit on the amount of cash back you can earn, giving you more purchasing power for each transaction. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hi, I'm Mike Venaria Jr. with Ausperity Private Wealth. Your retirement dreams can become reality if you have a plan. I specialize in retirement and legacy planning. We provide custom solutions to help you navigate through your finances today while helping you build a strong financial portfolio for tomorrow. Take control of your financial future. Call me, Mike Venaria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Here are the top questions from homeowners in the new year. Can my roof survive another winter? And can my bank account survive if my roof doesn't? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the answer. Roofing done right the first time and roofing priced like it was last year. That's right. To keep their crews working this winter, PJ Fitzpatrick will set all prices back a year and guarantee your estimate for all of 2025. Plus, they guarantee their work for the life of your roof. Visit trustpj.com to schedule your free consultation and price lock guarantee.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano.
Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, listen to the tune and tell us who is the singer.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I am found. Was blind, but now I see.
All right, the all-time classic. Let's go to Sal in Skip Pack on Talk Radio 1210. Sal, who's the singer?
Hey, Dom, this is kind of just a wild guess, but I know the guy was very religious and had that resonating voice. I'm going to say Reggie White.
Wow, I never would have guessed that. They didn't tell me. I would not have guessed it. That was pretty good. I thought it was professional.
Amazing grace, how sweet.
Yes, the Minister of Defense, Reggie White, Dom. And you've been hearing his name a lot recently because, man, Jalen Carter, best defensive lineman we've had since Reggie White, you think, maybe?
Well, I put you on hold, Sal. It's laughable to put Jalen Carter in the same breath as Reggie White, though. I mean, arguably, most people think he's the greatest defensive end in history. So
yeah.
it's
Reggie White, your all-time sack leader. That's what I was talking about with the records there, singing
Well,
Amazing
I was
Grace.
surprised at that. I'm surprised Sal got that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, he must have had that in somewhere. That's amazing. That was great stuff. All right, that's the side question today. Hit us with that all-time Philly sports moment. That's what we're looking for coming off the Eagles win. Good or bad? The worst or the best? I mentioned all this stuff brewing now. We're just days away, finally, from the real showdown. RFK Jr. You got to realize RFK Jr. has been in the public eye, 40 years or something like that, maybe more, and said all kinds of stuff, provocative, one side or another, all over the place. I've interviewed him several times. It's always provocative. So there's going to be any number of things they can bring up to argue about. But this is a play here with a couple of big interests who are dead, and also, regrettably, throw in Mike Pence and what he would say is the core of pro-life people. RFK Jr. is not going to be going down the path of pro-abortion policies, et cetera. But Mike Pence is going to say he is, to try to provide cover. So you have that, you have the pharma stuff, you have the vaccine stuff, and then you have the food stuff with big agriculture. And here is cut 10. Here's Jewel over the weekend deciding she had to apologize. All she did was perform at RFK Jr.'s inaugural Make America Healthy Again ball.
And I am so sorry that I caused pain, especially in my LGBTQIA plus community, because you guys are treasures. You make the world a better place. You've made my life a better place.
All right, what's RFK Jr. causing pain about here among people that are gay? I mean, he's essentially got more of a liberal tint to him than not. In that there's nothing that I know of, but of course, I guess she's getting heat. Her core constituency, she feels she got to go that way. All right, one interesting thing too. The side question today: hit us with that all-time Philly sports moment. That's positive or negative. It doesn't matter. The worst or the best. Can I make the case? I don't know yet. I'm still in the negative. If the Eagles win the Super Bowl, and we have Ray Dininger on, I think at the end of the day, Ray's possibly going to tip toward favoring the Eagles. I would favor them. As good as Mahomes is, they're just overwhelming at just about every other spot. I haven't seen a breakdown with the Chiefs, position by position, but you saw it yesterday. If Jalen Hurts plays pretty well, they're going to be very difficult to beat. So let's say they win, okay? Philadelphia, parade. I bet people are already thinking about the one in 2017 was unbelievable. We had full coverage of that. Here's the thing. Have things changed enough that the Eagles would go to the White House? Now, they would be the first major pro sport, to win in the second Trump turn. We know in the first one, they didn't go. I don't think they were the first. I'd have to look it up, 2017, whether anything in 2016. There was a big back and forth over this, that they wouldn't go. There were various reasons given that people thought they just don't want to go because of Trump. Are we going to see that again, or has Trump turned a page? Because in pop culture, it's a little bit better for him, maybe even more than a little bit. I just played you Jewel, though. Regret going to the RFK Jr. thing, big mistake, pain, etc. By that point in time, is Trump seen as different than the first time around? The first time around, it was just brutal. I'd have to go back, and I think the Chiefs win during that period of time. Somebody seemingly did go. I know the national champion went. I remember Trump had this snack table, giant burgers and all that, fast food stuff. I think it was Alabama went, and it was quite a spectacle of the amount of food, and it was fast food from various outlets that they dined on. Would the Eagles go? Now, somebody like in town, somebody like the Phillies, I think they would go. Middleton, I'm pretty sure. The Sixers might be a no. But would the Eagles go? And I'd say no, they will not. Dan, do you have a thought? Would they go? That this is a little bit different this time around than before.
Josh Harris isn't going. Laurie, I think I think he goes. I think the reason why they didn't go last time is because there's such a ruckus around the kneeling. And remember, Laurie stood with the players, and there was the pushback against that in the media. And I just think it was a whole, snowball effect at the time that I think we're past as a culture. And I think they will go to the White House at this point.
All right. Okay. I'm still take the other side, but I think it's a closer call. That's why it's interesting. Will they go if they win the Super Bowl? And Ray talked about, sure, they're going to look at the Chiefs, the odds makers, slight favorite at this point in time. I just think it's almost impossible to win 3 times in a row. It's just a law of averages that is difficult here. 855-839-1210. So if they go, how will that be received in Philadelphia? Now, you should realize that the mayor of Philadelphia, now it's not Jim Kenney, but Jarrell Parker has reiterated on paper. I think she put out she put out a statement saying that, Philadelphia is still a sanctuary city, yada, yada, yada. But she has not been anywhere near. Mayor Adams is the other one under criminal indictment that has not, and also New York being inundated, has not pushed back against deportation. He's sort of favored it. Most of the other blue cities, though, Denver, Chicago, they've been adamant. Illinois, the governor, she has not been. She senses here that maybe this is not the time to go down that path. So maybe the atmosphere is a little bit better. I think if the Phillies won, they would go. I don't see the Sixers, players, et cetera. I don't see that happening.
They're not going to win anyway.
And the Flyers, that's a different ballgame. So it's mainly baseball and football that we look at here. All right, side question. Hit us with that all-time moment, good or bad. And the RFK Jr. hearing is going to be unbelievable. He's the most consequential. Don't be surprised if in the end you see any of these Republican senators. I'm not talking Murkowski and Collins. You almost have to count them in. They're going to vote against him, just like they did Hegseth. McConnell, what's the point of leverage? Well, he's leaving, but there's got to be people he still supports or projects or something they can put pressure on with. Other Republicans, though, they're under pressure, enormous amounts of money. Pharmaceuticals, Ted Cruz is in the top 5. The agriculture stuff, though, is more hidden. That's where the action is. So I'm sure the Trump people are aware of this. And then when you get to Tulsi Gabbard, she's going to have trouble getting out of committee. Kash Patel might benefit. He might have more of a shot, given they may, that may be the nominee they agree to stop. 855-839-1210, you get a line. You think the Eagles would go to the White House? I hear Dan's point. It is a bit different this time around. It is not the craziness either in the NFL, but more importantly, first time around with Trump, it was a badge of honor. Look at the resistance this time around. They're having trouble. He's flooding the zone with things that people want. Not the first 100 days, the first 100 hours. Look at just the stuff over the weekend. And so far, as I read it on deportation, it's a winner. Now, once you get past, but that's going to take quite a while, criminals / those that have been ordered to be deported, they're under an order to deport. There's about 1 million of them. Realize how long this is going to take to dig out these people hidden all over the place? Let's go
Tom
to...
Homan was on Fox today. Just a minute audio. Take a listen.
Okay.
Amid all this, Border Star Tom Homan was on the ground in Chicago as federal and local authorities work together to track down and arrest criminal migrants. And he, as you can see, joins us now. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. So much that we want to ask you. First up, is the president happy with this progress?
No, I think the president's happy, but we're going to make him a lot happier. Yesterday was just day one, and these raids are going to go out throughout the country. We're not going to let up. We'll put our foot on the gas, and we're going to go. And as I explained to several stations yesterday, that aperture can continue to grow. Right now, we're concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats, but as we open up that aperture, looking for fugitives, those who had due process at great taxpayer expense, there's over 1 million of them, 1.4 million, they're on the table. Anybody in the country illegally, they're on the table, but we're going to go after them in a prioritization that makes sense. The worst first.
All right, he's sticking to that, and for quite a while. So what I'm saying to you is Democrats are not going to have the deportation issue. Selena Gomez crying and all this stuff. You're rounding up kids. You're going into them. They're not going to do that because it's massive to get the people out that reasonable Americans are saying, get them out of here. The worst criminals, but then those that also have a deportation order. All right, coming up, I'm going to take your calls on RFK Jr., and you can hit us on the side question. This is going to be quite a showdown. As I said, this guy, Kash Patel, is right there, too, with the FBI, will have the biggest legacy. And this is the door to open up with suburban moms and suburbanites wanting some help on the food issue, what's in our food. And big agriculture wants to keep it this way. It's cheaper, less costly. They have a system set up that they want to continue doing it this way. The Federal Register, the Biden people, the last days of the Biden administration, the red dye stuff, that wouldn't happen, I think, till 2027. How about you get the rest of 2025, then you comply, it's out by 2026. That seems reasonable. So it's not just the vaccine. The hidden issue here, you know about the pharmaceutical. That's going to be a battle. It's going to be quotes and stuff he said in his personal life. And it's also then going to be stuff in the food. How can you contend with that? Anybody that contends with him over the food issue is a weasel, Republican or Democrat, that is suspect, and they have to be pushed back on. There is no contention on that. That's the winning issue. 855-839-1210.
Seasonable temperatures return to the forecast for the next several days. Plenty of sunshine today with a high of around 43. Tonight becoming breezy, partly cloudy with a low of around 30. And for Tuesday, a morning snow shower possible, otherwise partly sunny and windy with a high 41.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for One Donation. If you're a fan of saving money,
Listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyoutrealestate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Welcome in. We'll get you on the side question. Also, I can tell you Wednesday, right from the opening gun, now we're really getting to the meat of it. The Hegseth stuff was child's play versus RFK Jr. and probably Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel. And I'm thinking in the end, Kash Patel might get by because of the, they're only going to take out one person. Will it be RFK Jr.? Got to worry about Republicans on this one. Let's go to Christian. He's in Abington on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Christian.
Good afternoon, sir. So little background. I am just now finishing up my bachelor's in sustainable agriculture.
Okay.
And so from the perspective, I do like RFK, what he's doing, what he's trying to do. But this is going to come with a lot of problems because he is going to add, if he pushes everything through that he wants to, you are talking about drastic increased prices of ag products, both food and fiber, the clothing material it needs. Because once you start kind of weighing down the ability for farmers to spray, you drastically decrease the amount of output that the possible, or what a piece of land can produce. It's just the
But Christian, is that his focal point? What they're spraying versus what's actually processed by big agriculture and processing food?
So from one of his main tenets, as I understand it, is he wants to go to regenerative agriculture and a lot more of the organic processes, which would really hem up and tie up the ability of farmers to produce at a larger scale, which is why a lot of these ag states are going to be so worried about it. Because if he ties up that money and reduces the amount that these farmers can produce, you're talking about a significant drop in GDP. To the point of a traditional farmer can produce roughly 25% more of a specific crop, usually a monoculture, than an organic farmer can, just because of the ability to use more sprays and so on and so forth. I'm not saying that's better, but if you're talking about the production of agriculture, being able to feed people at a reasonable cost, these are the things you're going to contend with.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about here, all right, can we agree on that? That's one thing, and that seems much farther down the road to what I've heard him say. We're talking about preservatives. We're talking about things that big agriculture does in order to make the product cheaper, last longer, that kind of thing, and less helpful.
Yeah, there's definitely room to say, is this the responsible use of this kind of chemistry on these things? Is it what are you saving, and whose bottom line are you worried about? Is it stockholders? Is it people in bed with these industries, or is it the end user? That's definitely a reasonable question, and there needs to be a significant amount of research into who's abusing what on what side.
Well,
I'm all in.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm an RFK fan. I really am.
Well, thank you, Christian. I'm unaware about the farming part of that, if they'll get into that. You can just see how far this goes with RFK Jr. We're talking about some of the biggest things out there. And you're also talking about more Republicans that are under the gun because of big agriculture and pharma than maybe on almost any other issue. On the others, they're not under the gun. It's their ideology, like Murkowski voting against Hegseth. I don't think she's under the gun on anything. McConnell doing it out of spite. The Maine senator, this is her brand also. These others, though, I think Cassidy will be a definite no vote, no matter what RFK Jr. says from Louisiana. And you realize how tight it is there. That's, only two more you could lose and still maintain. Can Fetterman go with RFK Jr.? In the end, I'd probably say no. If he does, that's going to be pretty wild even for Fetterman. Let's go to, let's go to Don in South Jersey. Hey, Don, good afternoon.
Yeah, hey, Dom, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear, Don.
Awesome. Hey, I have a question for you. Let's say, and I'm grateful for what Trump has done over the last week. Just think about it, it's 1 week. However, the Department of Education, and we've talked about this for years on this station, especially with you. If you were to shut down the Department of Education, let's just say it's $300 billion per year, annually. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Don. What's your question?
Yeah, my question is, let's say we were to save $500 billion annually by shutting down the Department of Education, reorgan FEMA, and perhaps getting rid of the IRS. Let's say it's $600 billion annually. How would you spend that money, Dom? Where would your top 3 priorities be?
Okay.
And where would you spend it?
All right, got a lot of wind there. Thank you, Don. My answer would be, this is going to go back to the states. It would be less costly. The other thing is a reduction in taxes. Now, Trump's just floating that out there. No IRS, no taxes. We'll just do tariffs. He's floating that out there. A flat tax, though, is that something we ever could get to? These are monumental. He's triggering them. I don't see us getting rid of the IRS and replacing it just with tariffs. You saw, though, the tariff used over the weekend. Here's the thing with Colombia. It wasn't used just economically. It was used as a play in a completely different field, illegal immigration. So it's a negotiating tactic, and it worked big time. Now, there's going to be somebody who's not going to blink at this. Honduras is already making moves like it won't. Yeah, but can they withstand all the things that can be done to Honduras? I don't think so. Let's go to Mace, Flemington, New Jersey, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mace, good afternoon. Yo, Mace. Mace?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Mace. Yeah, hi. Give us your best Philly sports moment.
A company that it one quick thing about RFK. I'm surprised some company, probably not General Mills, but some company hasn't come out and said we're going to remove colorings and be kind of proactive to get the attention of the people that they're going to be more healthy. I thought somebody would do that.
I bet RFK Jr. is going to give you something like that he knows people poised to do this. That's going to be one of his defenses on this whole thing.
No, that's good. My Philly moment, I'm not a Philly fan. I'm from Jersey, but 92 Elite Eight NCAA, I was fortunate enough to be there for all 4 games. Actually, the Duke Seton Hall game had the Hurley brothers covering each other for a little bit, Bobby and Danny. So
Okay.
That got a roar out of the crowd. But in the Spectrum, Christian Leitner's buzzer beater, that's kind of a national, worldwide event that is recognized around the world as one of the biggest shots in NCAA history.
It is, but I would say it's not a Philly sports moment. It's not you're a Philly sports fan. I mean, you were either a Duke fan or just a fan of basketball. It's a great moment. It's a memorable. How did he get it off? And that it isn't against Kentucky, but not a Philly
Well, I
sports
think
fan.
what makes a Philly moment is the heart that comes with it, because you have that bond of the city who all felt the same way when it happened because they're such a big fan of that team. You know, it represents the city. So, no, it's not a Philly sports moment. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, Duke is hated too, and with good reason somewhat. Not quite the Cowboys, but I think in Philadelphia it's not exactly interesting. All right, so it's a lightning round next. Hit us with that local Philly sports moment. I see some of the worst up here, some of the best. Get your name into the hat. You can tell by those calls already, too. A lot's going to happen with RFK Jr. We're working on some people that really have insight to what they're going to pressure. I didn't even think about the farmer thing. I think more of the food processing. That's where we're going to see the argument, and I think he's going to say there is another way. Is that going to seem, could there be more cost? I mean, with inflation, cereal already, how much more are you willing to pay if you believe it's more helpful? I know people say it, and they might believe it, but week after week, are they willing to do that? That's where the question's going to be. He is the breakthrough to so many different people in America, though, without a doubt. 855-839-1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and if you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family & Company Jewelers, and you're guaranteed to walk out with a gift that will last forever. They have a huge selection of 24-karat, gold-dipped roses in pretty much any color you can imagine. The perfect Valentine's Day gift is right on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey at Family & Company Jewelers.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Take charge of your finances in 2025 by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply, insured by NCUA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Okay, it's a lightning round. Hit us with the all-time worst or best Philadelphia sports moment. Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom. Real quickly, on Friday, I only met Joe from Columbus once. Seems like a really nice guy, but I don't know who doesn't want their cake and eat it too. I'm confused on that one.
Okay. All right.
You're
Who's
gonna have to
yours?
explain that one to me.
Yeah.
Mine is would have been the miracle on ice for Philadelphia. Philadelphia Flyers they had to win their last game of the last game of the season to get into the playoffs. Then they just kept going, winning the playoffs, winning the next round of the playoffs. And we lost by a shot from Patrick Kane, and nobody even knew it went in the net. It was so depressing. It was disheartening.
I remember that. Okay.
That was almost going to be my answer today. That's
All right. That is a very good one. Bill in Palmyra. Bill, yours.
Dom, how you doing today?
Good, Bill.
My answer for the side question is a date that has no particular meaning. May 4, 1975. But that was the day that the Phillies traded Willie Montanez, first baseman, who was about a 300 hitter, to the San Francisco Giants for Gary Maddox. And Gary went on to win 8 Gold Gloves, and he played a real shallow center field. And when that ball, you couldn't really appreciate him until you went to the park and saw him run down a fly ball.
Well, thank you, Bill. He gave Ray Dininger a lot of great lines, but what is it? The world is 3/4 covered by water, or 90%, and Gary Maddox covers the rest. Ray Dininger, that's one of his top 3 or 4 lines, I believe. Greg in the Northeast. Greg, what's yours?
Hey, Dom. Mine's personal. 1997 conference final, Flyers, 5th game against the Rangers. I'm on the second level because I'm poor, but we're about to win, go to the Stanley Cup, and I'm fiending for a cigarette, which had recently been banned. And I asked the crowd around me if I could light up. And they said, go right ahead, all Flyers fans. Well, the back of our crowd, our section, were Rangers fans. And one man starts yelling to put that cigarette out. And the rest of the crowd around me stands up and starts saying, we told him he can smoke this, and that. He would not relent. So I stood up, took one big drag, blew it in his face, and then his wife got involved. And I said, this is where it's bad. I said some very nasty things, I'll admit. And the husband put one foot on the seat in back of him and said, say it again. And I said, go. Okay, boom. Gave him the fingered salute. This man put both feet on the back of that seat, and he was about 3-4 rows behind me, and launched himself.
Oh, my God.
It was one of those moments in my life where 1 second becomes an hour. Launched himself like an Olympic diver off the block.
All right. I thought that would seem to be the Philadelphia fans would do that, but that was a Rangers fan. Oh, sorry we don't have more time, though. We can get to the Wilt 100. Nobody cared about it. I do, and it is reality. All right, Dan, give me a couple contenders you think out of
Henry will have to give you those, Dom. Sorry about that.
Okay,
I
sure.
think the three strongest ones today were Phil in Delaware with the 83 Sixers parade when Cats got up in front of the crowd and said, buy season tickets.
Yes.
Another one would be Gary and Newtowns of Patrick Kane's Phantom shot.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely heartbreaking. And that last one from Greg in the Northeast of this lighting a cigarette at the Flyers game, starting an all-out brawl. I mean, and they won.
Yeah,
that's what he didn't mention. They won and went to the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, I can go with Greg, and that was a heck of a story at the end. Let's put his name into the hat, and we'll convene. I think I have one tomorrow that involves Columbia and Juan Valdez. At least that's what I'm working up in my mind after seeing it this weekend. All right, great stuff today. Tomorrow, some great guests coming our way, too. Follow me on Twitter until then, at DomShow1210. At DomShow1210, Republicans meeting policy retreat with Trump in Florida. And watch for RFK Jr. That's going to be a big moment. All right, Rich C. always next to kick off the week for 4 big hours. All that here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel.